Ooh. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. I think we are now live across social media. So hello, everyone. My name is Natasha Bilson, and today we are with some of the organizers for 3D History for Ukraine, which is a fundraising program that we have in place, and this is actually a particular conference that we're running for 2 days, and the aim is to fundraise for a piece of equipment which is an Artec, which is a 3D handheld laser scanner. So I'd like to introduce the other members of the team. First off, we have Simon.
Hey. So I'm Simon Radchenko. I'm a PhD student from Ukraine working in Italy now and dealing with digitizing of cultural heritage. And this is like the main topic of today's event, as the digitization of cultural heritage in Ukraine is in rather poor state. We are doing it very slowly and with kind of obsolete methods. So we want to do it much faster and easier, especially now when almost all artifacts in Ukraine are endangered. So the idea of the campaign is not only to gather the Ukrainian archaeologists and international experts to communicate about history and archaeology during the war, but also to raise some funds to protect and preserve at least the digital images of our artifacts, to save the data before it's too late. And today, our host and moderator of all the event is Carlton Gower from Indiana University, and we're excited to have him to moderate it.
Yes, I'm Carlton Shylchief-Gover. I'm an assistant professor of anthropology at Indiana University, curator of public archaeology at the Indiana University Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology, and affiliate faculty of the Russian and Eastern European Studies Institute here at Indiana University. And I'm really excited to be here with everyone today and see what we can raise to support Ukrainian cultural heritage.
Fantastic. And a quick introduction to myself. My name is Tasha Bilson. I am a field archaeologist and public archaeologist based in the UK. And as you can see from this, I am currently on set filming another archaeology TV show. I've actually had the privilege of working and living in Ukraine, and it's just a beautiful country, and I'm so sad to see what's happening. So we do have a lot in place. It's very exciting, and we're just so honored that we are able to be a part of hosting this conference. So without further ado, we're going to hand over to Carlton, who will be introducing our first guest for today. Over to you, Carlton.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Natasha. All right, so we're going to bring in our first guest today. It's a 20 to 25 minute lecture with 5 to 10 minutes of open Q&A by the audience on social media and YouTube, and then we'll move on to the next speaker. So with that, let's bring in our first speaker, and we do ask them to introduce themselves and the topic of their talk. All right, Mykhailo, you're live.
Hello, everybody. I am Mykhailo Videiko, Chief of Department of Archaeology and Prehistory of Kyiv Boris Grinchenko University. I am studying Tripolia culture last 50 years. It's times of so-called civilization of old Europe. It means about history of European continent 5,000 years ago. And the main topic of my today's speech is rediscovery of Tripolia culture. What means rediscovery? This culture, archaeological culture, was discovered at the beginning of 20th century. It means more than 100 years ago. And during this time, a few generations of scientists studied it in few countries. Were published more than 200 books and a few thousand of scientific articles in which described some story of this culture, some discoveries, and a lot of materials. And it published in 10 languages. So mostly in Russian or Ukrainian or Romanian, Moldavian, but maybe 300 or 500 articles from this amount and books were published in German, English, French, and other languages. So it's available for everybody who wish to know something about it. And for a long time, we thinking that we know about these times, about this culture, everything. But today I will try to show what's happened last 10 years. Only 10 years of studies changed our change the image of this archaeological culture and image of history of the times of old Europe. Now I will try to share my presentation, and okay, and you, oh, nothing. And now what do you see? Again, you see me, but not presentation. It's a screen. Anybody can help me? No. Please, Sasha or somebody, help me. No, turn on your microphone.
Do you have the share screen option at the bottom of your screen?
So it's share screen, okay.
And then click on the window with
Chrome, in Chrome. Okay. Yes. Oh, nice. Okay.
There we go.
You see something?
Excellent.
Oh, I can start. The rediscovery of Tripolia culture. And what I saw that 10 years ago, it seems that we know everything about Tripolia culture, and everything has been discovered for a long time. After that, ancient temples, large fortified settlements, pottery kilns were found. Research using the methods of natural science has provided unique information about the genetics of ancient population, its food and technologies of those times. Together, this changed the perception of ancient history of Europe and the world too. Maybe most of you are familiar with Maria Gimbuta's book, Civilization of the Goddess. It's about old Europe. And on this map, it's from this book, you can see rows marked by arrow where our Tripolia culture is located 75,000 years ago, and you see that it is the part of old Europe. It covers part of areas of three contemporary European countries, Romania, Moldova, and Ukraine. On this area, what we know more than 4,500 sites, which existed between 5,000 years BC up to 3,000 years BC. And 2,500 from the sites are as the area territory of Ukraine. And from the very beginning, Maria Gimbutas took into account new archaeological discoveries from the 70th years of 20th century, namely information about the huge size of Tripolia culture. They marked as one of the peaks reached by civilization of old Europe. So it's an early step of urbanization. On this slide, you can see plans of large site Maidanetska, which were produced by magnetic prospection and aerial survey between 70-74. It means 50 years ago. And after it, not many excavations, they were explored for 20 years, and these explorations continued for a long time. And two words about how looked old Europe before the times of Tripolia culture. You know that Neolithic in Europe started from Balkans, and then it moves to north up to Baltic Sea, and it continued around 1,000 years. But the main center of old Europe, usually it was Central Europe, Balkans, Greece. It was the epicenter of this civilization of old Europe between 5,000 4,200 BC. But also were a few other areas they marked on this map in which something started. And after collapse of Balkan civilizations around 4,200 BC, it's some dramatic climate changes happened, which looked like European climate changing now. Only one area became were continued it developed in some way, and also different areas started progress in the development of culture, crafts, system of science, and everything. Among these three pieces of three centers where development was continued was the area of Tripolia culture. You see it on this map. And how Tripolia looked at this time. We're talking about Tripolia culture, but really this was archaeological culture which existed more than 2000 years. It means it contains into this culture we can see different local types. Now we know about more than 70 local types. In each phase coexisted from 8 to 11 groups, and each group, as we know now, had one or few centers of power, large size from 50 to 300 hectares. You saw a plan of Maidanetsk. It's sample of such a center in area between Dnieper and Southern Buk. It means that's at central Ukraine now. It located. How it looking on map? You see this dots, white or yellow, it's and blue. It's these centers. Black, it's small size. Oh, it's example for stage B2, but it's around 4,000 years BC. But in different times before it and after it, a few hundred years, the situation was similar with these centers of power. Such mega settlements were economic, military, spiritual, and political centers surrounded both smaller sites. In general, we can talk about a fundamentally new type of social organization in its various manifestations. And what's happened after 11? After 11, it started a program of international studies of these mega sites. The first were scientists from United Kingdom, from Durham University. We started this project with John Chapman from Durham University. It was a site of Nebelivka. You can see it to right, and with specialists from Deutsche Archaeological Institute and Kiel University, Knut Rassmann and Johannes Müller is from Germany. We started to study Maidanetsk. It's to left. Nebelivka project is continued to 14 Maidanetsk projects. We have big plans for these sites, and we try to continue it. For example, this year we have plans in March to finish magnetic prospection and to start in August excavations of a temple. You can see it on this map. It's a red big temple. Why it's important, I will tell you later about these kinds. What new we discovered during these 10 years on this site? As I say, we discovered fortifications around this site. You see it's a traces of a palisade around Nebelivka, and 8 kilometers of palisade. You can imagine this size of the site is around 2.5 square kilometers. And in Maidanetsk plan, you can see 2 lines of defense, or it means 2 lines of this palisade, and it's also around 7 kilometers in diameter. It's site size is 2 square kilometers, 200 hectares, and 3 in Maidanetsk on old plan, which was produced in 70s, we had 1,500 houses, remains of houses, of course. But on this new plan, we had around 3,000 of houses. It means that the population in this site was 2 times more than we considered before it, because the most of houses were contemporary. In Nebelivka were 1,500 remains of houses discovered, and it means that this site had a large square, but population 2 times less than in Maidanetsk. And what's interesting, Nebelivka existed near 5,000 BC, Maidanetsk between 3,700, 3,600 or 500 BC. And Maidanetska existed for a long time, 200 years. Before it, we considered that such sites existed not more than 50, 70 years, but now, after excavations and magnetic prospections and C14 dating, we can reconstruct history of one site, Maidanetska, during 200 years. It's something new for archaeology of this large site. And Nebelivka existed not too long, around 100, 120 years, not more, but also is not too large period. What about fortifications? In Nebelivka and Maidanetska, we explored these traces of ditches. We considered before excavations that it were ditches. But during excavation, we saw that they had these ditches, so-called ditches, they have depths less than 1 meter. So it's not a real ditch. And they were, in profile, they were not more than 1 meter, 1.5 meter wide. You saw this on picture in this corner. So it's other kind of fortifications. It's were palisades, but they were very, very long. And it seems that it was enough to protect such site. We tried to calculate how many trees they must cut to create such fortifications. In case of Nebelivka, you can imagine where around 20,000 of trees were used to build it. So it's a large scale project for period 4,000 years BC. And then another discovery, it's remains of pottery kilns. They were well visible on magnetic prospections as a big anomalies. And in Nebelivka were discovered around 50 remains of kilns. In Maidanetska, more than 100. In Talianki, it's the largest site, 3.5 square kilometers, around 150 remains of kilns. So each part of such big sites, they have own workshops which produced in a big amount this pottery. Why this discovery is too important? You see on this picture that it's a kiln with 3 channels. What's interesting that such multi-channel kilns before these excavations were known only starting from Bronze Age, only from the 2nd millennium BC on islands in Mediterranean, on Crete, for example. These are 2 times, it means that such kind of kilns appeared in Europe 2,000 years before we considered it, and before, and it's equipment for professional producing of pottery in large amount. We calculated that during the life of one house, they, in one moment, in each house was in use from 30 to 50 vessels. And you can imagine if this house existed 30, 40, 50 years, they must replace it. And we take this calculation that only in Maidanetska were produced more from 2 to 4 millions of pots during the life of different kinds of vessels during the life of these sites. So it means that it was a large-scale production of pottery, and we remember that it was 6,000 years before. Here is a plan of such pottery kiln from Maidanetska explored in 14, and you see reconstruction. What's interesting, this kiln was repaired 3 times. And they changed the construction of it, so orientation. In one moment it was oriented to south, and next moment to east, and they combined different sizes of elements of this kiln. So it was and it was many times repaired. So it was a kind of engineering, as we can say, and this construction was common for the big area. It's interesting then in Tripoli area, we know such kilns not only in the region of Talianki, Maidanetsk. We know such kilns in Volhynia. It's far to west, and it means that in few groups of Tripoli, they were familiar with such kind of equipment, and they produced this nice painted pottery using these kilns. Another impressive event was the discovery of public or communal buildings or temples. At first, it's started from magnetic prospection, of course, on which we saw some constructions which were larger than usual houses. And now we have, thanks to these magnetic prospections, have a catalog of more than 120 such buildings on different sites. What's interesting, they usually, the largest of them usually are at the eastern part of the site, and they oriented to exactly to east. One of such large houses, you see it, 60 meters long and 20 meters wide. It was the largest building in Europe 6,000 years BC. It was explored in Nebelivka in 12 with by British Ukrainian team. It means 10 years ago. And to the right of this photo, which not from drone but from air snake, it's the same structures from magnetic prospection from different sites of Maidanetsk and different other different sites. And here it's a reconstruction how probably looks this Nebelivka temple. It's a two-story building with a big yard, and it's an altar which was on the first floor. It's interesting that were 7 such objects inside. The largest was more than 4 meters in diameter, and it's a decoration from one of these altars. What's interesting, it was like a plan how to organize a painting of pottery. It's a scheme of decoration of pottery. It was used in such a way. So it's you see this place on plan, where it's in eastern part. It was oriented exactly on sunrise on June 22. And the altar, we take it to museum, and it's a part of the wall painting. First time we discovered that really these temples and usual houses, they had wall painting. It's not simple paint, but with some elements. Probably something was painted on these walls. And exploration of this house, large houses, it's only started. Now we explored one smaller temple of communal building in Maidanetsk with German team, and it looks it was some system of temples or communal buildings on this site. And here it's a reconstruction. Probably each some small temple had own zone which belonged to it, and people come exactly to this temple. But on the largest holidays, probably they can visit the largest temple. What's interesting that around this large temple, it was a square on which it was possible to gather more than 5,000 people, and 1,000 can be inside this large house. And probably the system of this temple, it's reflected some social system of this mega site proto-city community. It was for us it's an interesting discovery. What we can say now that Tripoli culture is only part of the big picture of this times of urbanization, which started from the beginning of agriculture. You can see these centers of urbanization of where such large sites appeared. So Tripoli, it's not some phenomenon as somebody considered before, but it's a part of a big process, big event which started at different farming societies in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, from Egypt to Northern Europe, and from Balkans to Indus to Mohenjo-Daro. And then, where for reading. A lot of materials from these excavations were published, and now you can see books. It's a collective monographs or by some scientists who took part in our projects. So Trupillia megasites in European prehistory, early urbanism in Europe, Maidanetska is excavations from Cetin, Maidanetska, it's a PhD by René Ulrau from Kiel. Today, so it looks that it's some unknown page from European prehistory. And now, thank you for your attention, and I'm waiting for your answers, for your for your questions, of course.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. That was fascinating. So do we have any questions from our audience?
Do we? Well, no, apparently no. Though, yeah. Thank you for fascinating report, fascinating talk, Dr. Videiko. And what I wonder, maybe there's a question from me on the another speculative topic about Trupillia culture. What is about the burial rite and burial sites of Trupillia now?
With burial sites, we have some problems because for many years, scientists looking mainly for sites, not for burial objects. And now I think that we need some new projects to discover this. For this moment, we know about 1,000 of burials. Sometimes in cemeteries, mainly from the latest period. Yes, it's a problem from archaeological point of view how to discover this object. And most of objects which we know, they were discovered, for example, during some rescue excavations or some building activities in different areas during after the Second World War, of course. And now we have a big chance for discoveries.
Yeah, so
after this one.
Yeah, let's hope we'll have some new archaeological advantages afterwards. Okay, thank you very much. So maybe if any other question arrives.
Were Trupillians peaceful? Of course, not too peaceful as we consider. You see this fortifications 8 kilometers long. Yes, it means that life was not too peaceful. They need to spend some resources for defense. And for other hand, we know a lot of finds of weapons from this period, and it's not a simple stone or flint weapons. It's axes, daggers produced from copper. So it was a military society, and the situation with this mega sites, it means that not was okay with the relations between different tribes inside Tripoli culture. But they were too numerous. It's what it seems what's no danger from outside. For example, at the beginning of 4th millennium BC, amount of Trupillians in this area was around from 500,000 up to 1 million. Amount of population in steppe zone was around 20,000 people. You know, see, this demographic situation was quite different. Farmers against hunters-gatherers. Usually, it's hunters-gatherers had any chance as everywhere in history.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for that. I've definitely learned a lot about Tripolian culture there. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move to our next speaker, and we do ask they introduce themselves, and let's just get started. All right, welcome to the stream. You are live.
Hello everyone. Thank you very much for having me in this talk. I'm very excited. My name is Katarzyna Mihalak. My research interests are mainly Neolithic pottery, and I'm also a managing editor for the journal Open Archaeology. It's published by Dmytro. My topic for today will be spatial patterns around LBK houses. And maybe I should share screen. Okay. Moment. Okay. I hope you can see it. So thank you for having me here one more time. I'm not sure whether you see this.
Yes, we can see it. We can see your presentation.
Okay, so I share it one more time. Sorry. Okay. I hope it's working. Okay. What I would like to do today is to speak about the primary results of research on the space use patterns around houses belonging to linear pottery culture, and or as we in other ways, band ceramic. The aim was to check whether it is possible to isolate functionally diverse activity zones intended, for example, processing and storing of food, or processing of stone or flint tools. I will speak on behalf of my team, but I'm also responsible for the nonsense which might come out. I hope not. LBK is an archaeological culture associated with the first Neolithic farmers in Central Europe. Settlements of this period are found in area between the South Bug Valley and Carpathian Mountains in the east and the Paris Basin in the west. A typical LBK house is a long house of post-construction with lateral pits located along the walls of the building. The primary function of the pits was probably to extract clay for dough. Then the pits filled up with various kinds of refuse that are generally interpreted as household waste. The occupation surface in houses is not preserved. A significant issue in research into activity zones is to establish the provenance of finds that are found in these features. Do they come from the house around which they were deposited or not? We should consider that deposition of waste in features may have been influenced both by natural, in other words, non-intentional, and intentional factors related to the activities of village inhabitants. This means that waste accumulated in features around a building is a result of activities of both inhabitants inside the house and others outside the house. Moreover, it's likely that some artifacts might have been deposited in the remains of abandoned houses. There could be also special places for waste deposition, middens shared by inhabitants of more than one house based on some types of relationship. What results from this is that materials gathered in features are mixed in functional terms, and that causes a problem. We, however, tried to find a key to this issue and focused mostly on relationship between features that function was clearly associated with everyday household activities, for example, hearths, and the composition of refuse related to the pits. Our research is based on the analysis of finds distribution in features associated with long houses from two multi-phase settlements located in Małopolska, that's Lesser Poland, in the south of Poland, not far away from the city of Kraków. Brzezie 40 and Targowisko 16 are situated about 3 kilometers from each other on the upper parts of flat slopes along the Tusznica River. The sites were excavated between 2003 and 2007. This was a rescue excavation project preceding the construction road or the A4 highway. The site in Targowisko is a part of a larger LBK settlement complex, which extends over an area about 2 kilometers. These sites are on the map. In this talk, however, I will focus only on the settlement in Targowisko 16 and Brzezie. In total, on both sides, 59 LBK houses were excavated. However, some were not examined thoroughly, as their parts were situated outside the motorway project area. Both settlements can be approximately dated to the period between 5300 to 4900 BC and demonstrate multi-phase buildings. The chronology was determined from the stylistic analysis of LBK vessels. The settlement at Targowisko 16 functioned from the classic music note phase to the late Żelazowce phase, while Brzezie 14 shows a shorter period from the early to the late Żelazowce phase. Unfortunately, we don't have precise radiocarbon dates. On this slide, you can see the distribution and numbers of pottery and flints in pits. In total, we examined over 61,000 fragments of LBK pottery from both sides. These are remains of about 30,000 vessels. The analysis also included over 14,000 flints and 94 stone tools. Furthermore, there are also over 400 burnt remains of arable crops. A majority of finds was recorded in lateral pits located along the walls of buildings. In some cases, it was possible to distinguish specific types of pits according to their primary function, such as building pits, rubbish pits, hearths and ovens, and also pit houses located in some distance from houses. In order to verify the hypothesis of using functionally diversified activity zones, we analyzed a dispersion of pottery, flints, and stone tools around each house. In order to make the analysis more detailed, we divided pottery vessels into tableware, kitchenware, and storage vessels. Furthermore, we carried out also the taphonomic analysis of all shards. I didn't include stone tools in these graphs because they were too little of them for statistics. The analysis shows that due to a long-term deposition process and most likely overlapping of zones of different activities, this data was not sufficient premise for drawing conclusion about a functional division of space around houses. The greater part of analyzed deposits can be classified as secondary deposits. The distribution of finds did not demonstrate any recurrent pattern. This leads us to conclusion that each category of finds underwent the same process. A high degree of destruction of pottery shards suggests that waste was deposited on the surface around the houses and that it was exposed to long-term impact of destructive factors such as trampling or atmospheric factors. On the other hand, we also registered a few rubbish pits. It was possible to distinguish them because of clear evidence for cyclical filling, such as numerous thin layers in horizontal arrangement, and rich artifacts content. In contrast to most lateral pits, where finds were mostly recorded in upper layers, a dispersion of finds in rubbish pits was regular. This demonstrates a long period of use of a given feature and the intentional deposition of the material found in it. In most LBK farmsteads, it was possible to identify an area of pits with a stronger concentration of pit finds. It was often very clearly visible. We called them dirty zones. It remains open to a debate whether these were zones intended for daily activities or merely for dumping of refuse. However, if we take into consideration the presence of features related to food processing, like herbs, in these zones, a relation to daily activities is more probable. And I try to switch to another slide. I do not know why here. And usually a dirty zone was situated on one side of the house, usually on the southern one, including southeast and southwest corners. More rarely, refuse was evenly scattered in pits along the long walls of both sides of the house. In the lowest number of cases, the dirty zone was located near the northern edge of the house. In the case of houses situated in close vicinity, we recorded connection between the location of the dirty zone and the neighboring house from the same or earlier phase. This consisted of respecting area of the houses and the associated features by the zone of domestic activities of other houses, as well as by creating space that might be shared by inhabitants of more than one house. Houses 13, 14, and 15 from Brzezie 40, that showed in the slide, are a good example for that. Houses 13 and 15 belongs to the same settlement phase. The dirty zones of these buildings were confined to the space between them and additionally restricted to the north by the older house 14. In the case of half of houses on both sides, we have noticed that it's possible to isolate domestic kitchen zones within these dirty zones. In this way, we define space which is associated with location of features related to the use of fire and with grain remains. We interpret it as a zone associated with processing and or storing of food. At both sides, there were 54 features with visible traces of using fire. Most of them, exactly 33, are associated with houses. The remaining are single features located between houses. Considering functional characteristic of features and kind of traces testifying to the use of fire in them, we classified these features into three categories. The first one includes features associated with direct use of fire, like hearths and walls. They are characterized by intensively orange or red discoloration of walls, which came into being in a result of contact of flesh with high temperature, a layer of burning, and sometimes a homogeneous layer of burnt dough, which probably comes from the cupola of the oven. These are features located outside houses. We assume that these may have been zones associated with food processing. In most cases, they were located on the east or southeast sides of houses and in pit houses. The next category includes features which were not hearths. However, these are traces testifying on to the use of fire in their direct vicinity. Walls of these features were not discolored in results of using of high temperature. However, these features contain considerable amounts of burnt daub, charcoal, and burning. On the other hand, no burnt vessels were found in them. Probably waste from ovens and hearths, such as charcoal and ashes, may have found its way to nearby features, either in result of intentional deposition, that is particularly clear in case of a rubbish pit located near a hearth, or accidentally, both when the house was inhabited and after it was abandoned. Such features were located both outside and inside the house. These from the inside seem to be especially significant, as they constitute an important premise that ovens functioned inside houses, but the direct vicinity didn't survive. A concentration of daub pieces with traces of burning probably testifies to a collapse of ovens structure in the feature, already after the house had been abandoned. Unfortunately, source data is too few and diverse to suggest the existence of any patterns of location of features associated with the use of fire inside houses. They were either in the northern, central, and southern part of a house. The last category includes features which have different traces of use of fire than those I've already described. These features are first of all such ones with thermally discolored walls and bottoms, but without layer of burning. This suggests either one-time, short-term use of fire for the purpose of hardening or drying of walls of features, or for adapting them for storage purpose. During the archaeological analysis, over 500 burnt remains of arable crops were identified. Almost the entire assemblage consisted of grains of cereals, mainly wheat. The vast majority of remains of arable crops was recorded in features associated with houses. In general, at both sites, the grains most often occurred in the southern part of houses. However, at Targowisko 16, they were found mainly inside houses, in post holes, and internal pits, whereas at Brzezie 40 they occurred mostly in lateral pits outside the house walls. This discrepancy may result both from the selection of samples features as well as from a different strategy of storing resources. The most numerous assemblage of remains of arable crops from Brzezie 40 was recorded in post holes, lateral pits, and internal pit in the southern part of House 8. Almost half of remains of cereal grains and flax from Brzezie comes from this house. Such an accumulation may imply a presence of a granary in this part of a house. Here you can see a cross-section of the interior pit, which contained a number of grains and burnt daub. At Targowisko 16, the occurrence of cereal remains in homestead was more balanced. What is interesting, the size and construction of houses seem to have no influence on the occurrence of blind remains. On the other hand, in the case of Brzezie 40, there is a remarkable accumulation of cereal remains in houses situated to the east of the longest House 6. Houses on both sides of House 6 functioned in the same settlement phases. Therefore, it's not possible to relate this lack of cereals in houses from the western part to chronological stages of the village development. However, at the present stage of research, we are not able to determine whether this is a premise for actual differences in the economic basis, diet, or ways of storing food. The results may have been influenced by a worse state of preservation in Western houses and, as a result of that, a smaller number of samples taken from them. A majority of remains of grains in the western part of the settlements come from a cluster of features situated to the south of house 4 and 4A, and to the east of house 5. We recorded their hearths and remains of cereals. It is possible that this area was used for food processing by inhabitants of the nearest houses. More than a half of domestic or kitchen zones at Targowisko is associated with pit houses or wide clay pits with flat bottoms. In the case of 3 pairs of houses from the latest settlement phase, pit houses were located at a distance of about 10 meters to the south of the houses. It seems quite probable that they may have been shared by inhabitants of both buildings, and they have been part of one household. At Brzezie 40, the situation is different. Only one house there was associated with a pit house. I can see that I still have a moment to conclude, so I'll wrap everything up. The analysis of the dispersion of individual type of finds, pottery and flints mainly, in pits around houses allowed us to identify dirty zones characterized by concentration of a large amount of waste, probably associated with routine daily activities. However, it could not tell us more because of the long-term deposition process and overlapping of zones of different activities. Particularization of the analysis of dirty zones with grain remains and features associated with fire allowed us to isolate domestic kitchen zones. These were located both inside and outside houses and in pit houses. These were probably places used for storage and processing of food. The analysis of features associated with fire demonstrated different manners of using fire. Most such features were hearths and ovens used for kitchen activities related to food processing and for heating. The location of dirty zones and domestic kitchen zones at both sides was similar. These were chiefly southern parts of the farmyard. In most cases, we also recorded a connection between a location of the zones and the neighboring houses of the same of earlier phase. It seems possible that the activity zones were used by inhabitants of more than one longhouse. It seems also important that domestic kitchen zones were associated not only with longhouses, but also with pit houses and clusters of features between the houses. This indicates that homesteads could comprise not only longhouses, but also domestic sunken floor features located in some distance from the main building. Thank you for your attention. So, okay.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. That was fascinating to learn about the difference between like individual, household, and communal space that's being used across these sites. That's absolutely wonderful. So do we have any questions from our audience? Simon, there is a comment here in StreamYard that I can't read. Would you be willing to read that off for us, please? Perfect. Yes, that one.
And thanks, Katarzyna, for the great talk. And the question from the audience is how you came up with participating to our event, and what is the main stimulus now to help with this initiative. And then there is a question from me about archaeology.
Could you repeat?
Yeah, so what was the main stimuli, or the main impact that made you participate to this initiative?
Well, I believe this is a very important initiative, and I'm very grateful you invited me to participate, and so I couldn't refuse.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's actually fascinating to have you here today with us. And the question for me is, do you counted some examples of using the lawn pits as the kitchen zone on some part of their existence?
Yes, maybe I will return to presentation. So in this case, you can see that in this lateral pit, there was in one feature there was both remains of grinds, and here there was a hearth. So this is one example. And if we return to the whole settlement here, here in lateral pits around house 8, there are a lot of examples of crops. So perhaps this feature was not used for direct way to process as a kitchens, not, but in these features some grains and artifacts are collected. So this is a permission that such a zone was in this around this house. Or maybe the better example from the here you can see bigger lateral pits that was in fact used as a pit house. There was some kind of post holes that give us a clue that that pit was covered with some kind of structure, and inside this structure was a hearth and also some kind of other artifacts like grinds, remains.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's probably thank you for joining us. That was great. And we are about to introduce our next speaker now. Are we?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right. So just for audience, the purpose of this live stream is to raise funds for 3D History for Ukraine to purchase a 3D scanner. Now, this scanner is mobile. It doesn't need an external power source, and it's readily available to go into areas and quickly and accurately scan objects of cultural patrimony to be saved in a digital space in case something happens to them. I can vouch for this technology. We used it to scan an entire Triceratops skull in about less than 5 minutes. So this is really easy and quick to use. And so right before next speaker, we're going to go ahead and play a quick video. All right, so we're going to go ahead and bring in our next speaker. So please go ahead and introduce yourself and get on started with your presentation.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jan Turek. I am employed within the Center for Theoretical Studies of Charles University in Prague, and I have been the academic secretary of World Archaeological Congress in Prague this summer, where we had the plenary session on the Russian invasion of Ukraine and discussed the first ideas about how to help and support our Ukrainian colleagues. So I have to express my great gratitude to our colleagues to organize this a charity conference, and it's a great honor for me to contribute and support the idea, which is so important in this moment. So I'll start with sharing my screen. Share screen. And I would like to ask you if you see the first slide of my presentation.
Yep, we can see it. You're good to go.
Excellent. So we can start with this topic. So for the 3D History for Ukraine conference, I've prepared a topic which is basically touching the whole European continent, from the Western Europe up to the Ukraine, and showing the similarities in the archaeological record, and also showing how the prehistoric society was interlinked within the whole continent, and last but not least, how Ukraine was always attached to the development of prehistoric civilization in Europe, even so being kind of bridge to the Central Asia, to the Far East. But Ukraine is and was in the Neolithic times a crucial area for communication in Europe, and as such it should be also considered at the present day. So we'll start with this topic in British Isles. This is the most famous, perhaps the most famous prehistoric architecture in the world, the Stonehenge. And I quite often, students in England were asking, Stonehenge, why Stonehenge again? They just perceived Stonehenge as something rather boring, something rather always discussed, always presented, and with no further story behind. But I would rather say, instead of Stonehenge with question mark, I would say Stonehenge with exclamation mark, as Stonehenge is not only a remarkable piece of architecture, which is until present day still carrying certain spiritual power and drawing attention of people throughout the millennia until the present day, but also Stonehenge is not an isolated monument. It is part of something much larger, what we could possibly interpret as a ritual or ceremonial landscape. And this is something what I would like to discuss throughout the whole this paper, and draw our attention to different examples or different manifestations of such a human ritual behavior in space in Western, Central, and Eastern Europe. So many of us are aware of the project or projects, series of projects which were dealing with the Stonehenge, but not only with the Stonehenge, but with the Stonehenge landscape, studying the death and human communication and human ceremonies in the landscape, and specifically setting the monument of Stonehenge in the ritual landscape. This table is showing basically what we knew until very recently about the development of Stonehenge. Some of the ideas about beginning of this ritual landscape are reaching into the time of Mesolithic Neolithic transition, but at least since the mid 4th millennium in the early British early Neolithic, we can see creation of first monumental structures in the landscape. One of the features we will be discussing also in the case of Central Europe are the causeway enclosures, and I'm specifically going to focus on these types of monuments. But we got also some other types of features in the landscape, such as the great cursors connecting the features in the landscape, or the long barrows as a kind of symbolic expression of the idea of a longhouse, of a typical Neolithic dwelling construction, which was in a symbolic way transformed into the house of death. Also, reaching the third millennium, we can see some rapid development in the area of Stonehenge. We'll be talking about construction of the first circle of so-called Welsh blue stones. And then the further development towards the Bell Beaker period and creation of the most monumental phase of the Stonehenge construction, using the Saracen stones, the more local Saracen stones, which are basically creating the visually most important part of Stonehenge, which is still present and very well visible at the present time. In this paper, I'm basically following the current research of the team around Mike Parker Pearson from University College of London, and also of Timothy Darvill from the University of Bournemouth. As we have quite limited time, I'm not going to go into a great detail of the archaeological evidence quite recently discovered around the Stonehenge. Just it would be interesting to see the attachment of the megalithic structure to the funerary rituals, and of burying of hundreds of people within the enclosure, and also perhaps seeing some kind of expression of the initial stage of social differentiation, because only some people, including men, women, and children, were actually allowed to be buried within this holy circle, while many other people were buried elsewhere in the ritual landscape or close to their settlements. From this point of view, I would like to especially mention the well-known site of Darrington Walls, which was repeatedly excavated, and I would like to emphasize the recent new reinterpretation of the site. It was always referred to as the largest possible known Neolithic settlement site in England. But some recent discoveries are suggesting that even so it was permanently inhabited, it was used mainly as a seasonal work camp or seasonal place for feasting and celebrations, for people who created Stonehenge, who were upkeeping the monument, but also for many people from different parts of British Isles, as the evidence of animal bones is suggesting that people were traveling on a huge distance, as far as from Scotland and northern England, bringing their little piglets and slaughtering them probably in midsummer and midwinter solstice time, especially in the time when the feasting and celebrations and worshipping were taking place around Stonehenge. So just to see the landscape in the so-called Salisbury Plain, which is basically a kind of area which was never fully inhabited never fully agriculturally exploited, and even at the present time, it was over a long period of time. It was used as a military zone. What is surprising and very fascinating is that we always believe that the Salisbury Plain is a kind of area where we can see almost everything. We can see the monuments on surface, where the remains of many monuments are visible and easy to be described. But the recent non-destructive survey taking place in the area around Stonehenge and Darrington Walls, basically along the River Avon, which was probably the most important axis of the region, suggests that there were many other monuments which are currently invisible in the landscape, and which bring a completely new look at the Salisbury Plain as a ritual landscape. I'm referring to a project conducted between British archaeologists from the University of Birmingham and with the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute from Austria. You can see some of the results of the landscape reconstruction, and also the amazing equipment they are using, the mobile equipment they are using for the large-scale geophysical survey. So these are some of the results of the recent non-destructive survey around the Darrington Walls and Stonehenge, finding some remains of a long barrows. As I suggested, these are one of the earliest, together with the causewayed enclosures, one of the earliest monumental constructions in this area. You can see that the geophysical survey brought up some timber constructions. You can see the reconstruction of the long barrow here, which we still call long barrow, even so there are great doubts about the mound as such. It was possibly a timber constructed house of death, where the remains of at least 60 individuals were stored, some of them cremated, some of them dried or cleared of the soft tissue and crushed and stored in the frontal part of this monument. I would like to show you one of the visualizations. Please let me know if it doesn't display for you clearly. I'll try to do it this way. Oops, that's not what I was going to show. Let me see. Okay, can you see the visualization? I suppose you can. So this is one of the most fascinating results of the surface survey. Perhaps the largest Neolithic enclosure known in Europe, with the diameter over 500 meters, which was not known at all. This enclosure was containing also a standing stones, and is surrounding the Darrington Walls enclosure, and including the holy river of Avon into this enclosure. So we can quite clearly see the attachment of Darrington Walls towards the Avon River was well known even before this survey, but the discovery of this large enclosure delimiting the area around the Darrington Walls is amazing. Now I'll continue with the presentation, looking at a different place, a different site, which is located in Pembrokeshire, in southern Wales, in Preseli Hills, and it's called the site is called the Wownmone Henge, and it's the original bluestone henge. You perhaps know that again, Mike Parker Pearson has initiated the research in the local stone quarries where the bluestone for Stonehenge was acquired, but not many people actually knew that the monuments in the region were also created by the same people and created by or built of the bluestone. So the Wownmone site was created about 3,400 BC. It existed for few centuries, but then at the end of fourth millennium, people decided to extract the stones and shift them over a very long distance, 250 kilometers, to the Salisbury Plain, to the Stonehenge. You might be puzzled why I draw the line across Wales to Wiltshire, across the land, because it would be theoretically much easier to bring the stones along the coastline. But there were several experiments done in attempts to move these stones along the coastline, and with almost no success. So it's more than likely that they were actually dragged across the mainland. And what is very fascinating is that there is an old legend recorded by Geoffrey of Monmouth at 1136, speaking about the giant's dance, so-called the giant dance stone circle, located originally in Ireland, which was dismantled by the wizard Merlin and shipped to Amesbury on the Salisbury Plain by a force of 15,000 men who had defeated the Irish and captured the stones. So this is the early medieval story of something what in fact possibly happened at the very early 3rd millennium BC. We don't know if there was any Merlin at the time, but what we are sure of was that these stones were actually transported from Wales, not from Ireland, but from the west, transported obviously by a large number of people. We can imagine the parties of people dragging the stones in some kind of ceremonial pilgrimage all the way to Wiltshire. And there is a Merlin who is basically described as a person from the dark ages of British history, someone from the surroundings of King Arthur, but in fact someone who gained the power of traditions of someone or some events which happened several millennia before his time. This is just showing the evidence of the original Wownmone circle, and also the Stonehenge stage 1, the first phase of the construction of this stone circle. And you can see that by diameter, by orientation, etc., Stonehenge is in fact a copy of already existing enclosure in Wales. Also, some scientific tests are suggesting that the people who are buried at Stonehenge could possibly have, or at least some of them could possibly have, some connotations to Western Wales. Another idea of the Stonehenge as the pilgrimage place is coming from a research of Timothy Darrell, where he is describing basically the site as a Lourdes, as a prehistoric Lourdes, where people with some physical or mental problems were coming and seeking for a healing power of the stones and of the religious holy place. It is not only a place of the healing, as we found some evidence of burials of people with some kind of physical deformities, but also a place where some people were sacrificed. If you have a time, pay a visit to Smithsonian Channel, where in a few minutes you can observe this very attractive visualization of the ceremony of a so-called Stonehenge archer, a man who was probably ritually sacrificed inside of the stone circle and buried in its vicinity. This is the Stonehenge archer's remains as they are displayed currently in the Salisbury Museum. And the idea that he was actually shot from 3 different sides by arrows is reminding us of another possibly sacrificed person, the famous Etsy from Hauslabjoch in Alps, which was very probably killed by an arrow, which you can see in this visualization under his scapula. And the discussion about the possibility of his sacrifice is actually connected to the Laces Stela of Southern Alps, where such ritual event is possibly depicted of a man shooting another man into his back. So it might be well possible that this kind of ritual sacrifice was more common all over the Neolithic Europe. And now we are moving to Central Europe, to Bohemia, where I work, and I'm going to present only some results of our current and previous project. So this is the research area we are focusing on. It's about 50 to 25 kilometers oblong, with a kind of natural centerpiece of central landmark of Mount of Řep. This is the Mount of Řep. We call it a mythical Mount of Řep because it is connected to ancient legends about the beginning of the settlement of Bohemia by Czechs. Again, in the time of what we would call Dark Ages, specifically 6th century AD. But as we can see in the archaeological record, the forefather Czech who was supposed to climb up to the hill and invite his countrymen to settle down in this area was possibly not the first one of the elite of society in this region. And the legend says he was buried underneath the hill. But we can see that many other forefathers as him were actually buried around this Mount of Řep in the kind of waterless, slightly elevated plateau, which we consider to be a ritual landscape similar as the ritual landscape of Salisbury Plain. So what is the evidence we were following in this region? First, there are Neolithic causeway enclosures dating from the second half of the 5th millennium until the beginning of 4th millennium. You can see the Michelsberg culture enclosure at Kli in district of Mělník. This is the evidence. we gain from our excavation, suggesting that this site was never permanently inhabited. In fact, this was a ceremonial area enclosed by this rhythmically interrupted ditches and a palisade, and that this is a ditch which was several times recut, cleared, and reconstructed on a basis of repeated events which were taking place in this ritual area, but without traces, even chemical traces of a permanent inhabitation. So these are the so-called tulip-like beakers of the Michelsberg culture, which were found in the bottom of the ditch. They are usually complete vessels which were used for ceremonial purposes and then crushed or deposited in the ditch. You can see the radiocarbon dates from clay, suggesting the site was in use at the very end of the 5th millennium and at the beginning of the 4th millennium BC. So this is an ideal reconstruction of the enclosure, which was enclosing only one part or one river bank of the Elbe River, and such as it was in Darrington Walls in Britain. Also here, the enclosure is clearly attached to the watercourse, and the river was very probably the deity itself, which was celebrated here. And also we should bear in mind that in a visual distance and in a close vicinity of the enclosure was the mighty Mount of Řep. So this is the area which we were excavating, the area of an entrance, of one of the entrances as here. And instead of some kind of fortification, we should imagine this place like a place of worship, place of light constructions, which could have been repeatedly reconstructed and rebuilt for one particular event, and then a new phase of such construction took place in the site. We assume that some of these gates possibly were decorated with bulls' heads, with bucrania, which we frequently find in the ditches near the entrances. So yeah, you can see the reconstructions of the cult of bull, and also one of the present day reconstructions of similar shrines. So what's also interesting is the location of these sanctuaries, these enclosures in the landscape. You can see that all of them are in the close vicinity of Řep, of the mythical Holy Mount, but also they are close to the confluence of two important Czech rivers, of Vltava and Labe River. You can see the dots are now not exactly on the bank of the river, but the fluctuation of the watercourse in last 3-4 millennia is remarkable. So our evidence is that each of these sites was actually on the bank of the river, either in the case of Vrbno, close to the Vltava River, or Vlíněves and Kli, close to Elbe River. What is interesting that even the C14 dates are suggesting that there was a rather sequence of these sites which were created from the earliest site of Vlíněves. Then there was Vrbno, and finally in the Michelsberg period, Kli. So for the Jordanov culture, it is Vlíněves and Vrbno, and then for Michelsberg culture, it's Kli. Well, these distinctions by the name of Michelsberg or Jordanov are only related to some basics of a pottery typology, but in fact we can see these were possibly the same people who took in turn of creating these shrines. And we can believe that maybe in a similar way as in Darrington Walls, people were traveling along these rivers from a far distance, from many communities, gathering at some special events, particular times of year, gathering here, but then abandoning the place for some time again. This is all about this confluence area, and we have published a book about the ancestral arenas, which are basically these enclosures. So I should speed up. So these are some examples of human bones being deposited in these ditches. It is the evidence from Vlíněvec in central Bohemia, but also the examples from southern Germany from the Michelsberg sites with human remains. And also we should emphasize the variability of the burial rites of the Michelsberg culture, where there is a wide range of different treatment of human remains, including the primary burial as excarnation, the secondary burial as deposition of a defleshed remains in a different contexts, but also in the ditches of the Kousveit enclosures. I have already mentioned Bukrania. Bukrania are important already since the beginning of Neolithic. We can see the example of a Çatalhöyük representation of bull's horns, or the most remarkable example from Kerma from Sudan, but also in Germany, or in South Germany, or in Central Bohemia, in Czech Republic, we can see the traces of Bukrania being deposited near the entrances to those Kousveit enclosures. And the tradition of Bukrania is known also from the folklore architecture of Anatolia, and it was also depicted on the classical Greek architecture as a protection of the temple. And finally, we should mention the drinking rituals, the evidence of a drinking vessels and drinking feasting, which is well known from the European context, and also, let's say, from anthropological data as well, and which are important part of the Neolithic religion. So in this kind of conclusion of the Czech evidence, we should mention the communication between amongst the living and with the ancestors. We can see the funerary rituals, sacrificial activities, and ancestral cult in the case of the ancestors, but also we can see how these enclosures were used for the living communities, starting with worshipping, ritual exchange, bride wealth, cattle breeding, feasting events, etc. So we can see these ancestral arenas as something very important in the 5th and 4th millennium BC communities for their communication and social life. When I mentioned the importance of the Říp area as the ritual landscape, this is one of the depictions of the burial of the forefather Czech in the landscape under the Mount of Říp, and we can see the accumulation of the funerary sites of this particular period of long barrows, which is basically the 4th millennium BC. And then I can tell you that there is abundance of a 3rd millennium funerary sites in this area, which is overrepresented in relation to the settlement sites record. And this is one of our most recent discoveries, a long barrow with a timber shrine in the frontal part. This is the main burial of a archer warrior with 12 quartzite arrows, and the female burial of a corded ware period, which was inserted into the already abandoned or partly destructed long barrow. So basically, there is the 5th and early 4th millennium BC represented by causewayed enclosures, where the death and the relationship between human beings is presented in a kind of public way. Then between 4000 and 3000 BC, we get these long barrows representing rather familial, private and intimate relationships between the community or family and ancestors. And then the 3rd millennium, which is characterized by individual burials under round barrows, emphasizing the personal gender identity and creation of natural shrines, which we are not going to talk about. But this Mount of Reap was very probably one of these worshipping places. At least we can say a few words also about the Tripilia culture. To many of us, this is very well-known phenomenon. From the point of view of a Czech archaeology, I would like to emphasize the investment of Čeněk Chvojka. In Ukrainian language, he was called Vikentij Vyacheslavovich Chvojka, who at the end of 19th century and at the beginning of 20th century lived and worked in Kiev, and he was the first person who excavated and also gave a name to the Tripolia culture. This is just basically setting the context of Tripolia culture, and I would like to draw your attention especially to these Tripolia megasites in the area of Southern Bug and Sinucha River, where we can see these huge, the evidence of huge megasites. There is a list of some of the biggest sites with the largest evidence of dwellings, and some more data about the area covered and the presumed number of inhabitants. I have to admit that majority of archaeologists are amazed by the numbers of inhabitants which are predicted or which could be expected to live in such areas. But at the same time, I need to offer an alternative explanation, which is connected to the knowledge from, for example, from Darrington Walls, but also from these causewayed enclosures in Central Europe, because we know that these sites were not permanently inhabited, only maybe by a limited community. And I believe that this might be the case also for some of these Tripolia megasites. We should mention that there are a huge, for example, this is the Majdanetské site with the occurrence of a collective large buildings, which could be interpreted as temples, as shrines. And we can imagine that people were actually keeping their huts, their dwellings on this site, even during the time when they were not attending the celebrations. And this obviously needs to be tested in the field with the material, with targeted projects, as the evidence here in Tripolia megasites is suggesting a really like a intensive use of the site, with loads of animal bones, with loads of ashes and burning evidence. But this all could be also connected to an intensive use during the ritual gatherings. So I would, these are the, for example, the mega buildings in mega sites, which are reconstructed as a 2-story buildings of a really, really massive construction. And this is just an idea that in the first half of 20th century, in some parts of Europe, it was common to hire a wardrobe box or a little cottage at your favorite swimming pool place, and you kept that place for whole summer. You were storing your towels and stuff there, but for the winter period, you abandoned this place, and you returned by the early summer next year, and you possibly hired the same cottage again, same box again. So maybe this is how we can explain the existence of such unusually huge accumulations of dwellings in the Tripoli megasites. Also, we should bear in mind this habit of burning houses, which could be connected to ritual practices, but also possibly to some kind of hygienic treatments of the area, which could have been polluted with some kind of diseases. And from this point of view, it is important to mention this forest steppe zone, which was always connecting Ukraine to the eastern part of Europe, but also to Central Asia and Far East. Some of the remarkable evidence of a cultural exchange is being recorded around 3300 BC between the Cucutanean Tripoli culture and the Yangshao culture in the area of a Yellow River. You can see it could be very easily exchanged for some of the Tripoli decorations.
Hey, Jan, real quick. So we are over.
Okay.
Get to our next speaker.
Last 2 minutes, yeah, and I'll be done.
All right.
So we can see the cultural exchange, which is continuing even in the later periods, and some of the very similar types of pottery and similar types of decorations between the Tripoli and Yangshao culture, and also some of the symbols, such as here you can see the yin-yang motif being actually depicted on the model of a Tripoli shrine, Tripoli temple. And then all this, the communication with the Far East and Central Asia, and also the maybe even temporary eventual gatherings of people in one enclosed area was a very useful or very helpful for the spread of the first pandemic diseases in prehistory, such as the bacterium Yersinia pestis, the Black Death, which is recently recorded in many sites of the late Neolithic and early Bronze Age in different parts of Europe and Central Asia or Near East. And the Tripoli territory is one of the regions where possibly was kind of a melting pot of these influences of diseases which were possibly traveling along the steppe forest zone of the Eurasia. So thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraine, Gerojem Slava. And also thank you to everybody who is willing to donate for this a very, very good purpose. Slava Ukraine.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John. We're going to go ahead and move to our next speaker. If you guys have any questions for Jan, please go ahead and drop them in the comments. We'll get them to him and sent back to you. And the second I said that, looks like we're having connectivity issues with our next speaker. So we're going to go ahead and play another quick video. Okay, now while we wait for our next speaker, they're just trying to connect. I'm going to go ahead and bring Simon on, and me and him are going to talk about the importance of this 3D scanning technology and why it's needed here in the interim. So let's welcome back Simon.
Yeah.
Well, hello again, Simon. Thank you. Thank you for being here. So real quick, just for our audience that might just be joining now, what is the purpose of this fundraiser and why this specific equipment?
Well, because it's the only quick tool to make a lot of 3D models to protect, well, to preserve, what is not digitized so far in Ukraine. And we have a lot of artifacts that need to be saved, like, urgently. Because they are endangered every day, and we just need to improve our level of digitization, like, much higher. And in long run, it's much better in terms of dissemination of Ukrainian archaeology and Ukrainian archaeological heritage, just because we are on a very basic level now. So it's like win-win thing.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And with that, our next speaker has arrived. So we'll go ahead and bring Hannah in. Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today, Hannah. Can you please go ahead and introduce yourself, and let's go ahead and get started. All right. Can you hear me, Hannah?
Much.
It looks like we're having a little bit of connection issues. I'm not able to hear you. All right. And thank you for being patient with us, everyone, as we just get this sorted out.
Hello.
Hello, Hanna.
Hello.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
If you hear me, please say something.
All right. Yes, Hannah, we can hear you.
Sorry, hello guys. I'm Sasha. I make technical support. I think it will be a very big like issue to make a live stream like this because the connection is very bad. So difficult. Hanna, is very difficult to hear you, honestly, like from the background I see. So I don't know. You could try one more time, like if you could speak now, because we're not sure about the connection. Thank you.
Hello, is this better? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. Let's try.
Alexander, is this better?
Yeah, this is better now. Yeah, let's try because we don't know how it will go. So, yeah, thank you very much. You could start.
Does it work now better?
Honestly, I'm not sure, Hanna. Carlton, I don't think we could able to make this stream like this. So we could reschedule, for example, for tomorrow, Hanna. If you will have some internet more powerful, some in another place, we could make tomorrow. So
I will try to switch on my presentation. Now, moment. But I cannot, for some reason. I'm very sorry. Maybe this is my problem. But as I see, the connection here is okay. The internet connection, the traffic is everything looks like okay. Everyone, I cannot.
Sorry, Carlton. I will give you your turn, guess. You know, I think we will not be able to make something now. With
I
connection.
agree. Unfortunately,
you could speak with Simon, or you could ask Jan also a couple of questions. I see he's still here in our room, so I don't know. Or we have one more next speaker I see as well. So
yes, we do have our. I think we'll just go ahead and move on to our next speaker and give them plenty of time. Appreciate them joining early. So give us one moment. And then thank you for the audience for being here. We really hope that you can donate and help us with this project in order to preserve Ukrainian cultural heritage. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and move on to our next speaker. So we're going to be a little bit 5 minutes early, which means we'll have plenty of time for Q&A for the next speakers. So excellent. Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today. Can you go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what you're talking about, and go ahead and get started?
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yes, you sound excellent.
My name is Iryna Chechulina. I'm working in Institute of Archaeology in National Academy of Science of Ukraine. Now I'm gonna share the screen with you. Wait a moment. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can. So we can see your screen.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. So again, good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining our online session today. It's highly important for all of us, and I'm personally very glad to be here with you. Today, I'd like to talk about different subjects in terms of one lecture. Today, we will talk about such ancient Greek polis as Olbia Pontica and Borysthenes, its location, features, and dating. Also, we will talk about their role in a trade point for all Greek world in Northern Black Sea region. In this aspect, we should take into account the development of harbor facilities in these cities. And in the last part, I'd like to tell about one of the most important cargoes of ancient times, the tableware, and the Attic pottery, one of the biggest part of which consists of lake-glazed ones. The ancient city of Olbia Pontica, preserved now as National Historical Archaeological Reserve Olbia in the Mykolaiv region in Ukraine. The city was founded on the right bank of the Dnipro Buk Liman at the turn of 7th-6th century BC by Malaysian colonists and existed till the 4th century AD. It wasn't reoccupied after abandoning. That was interesting. The city itself occupied a triangular-shaped territory on the plateau, as you can see on the map. It had 3 main parts. It's the upper city on the top of the plateau, the lower city down to the Liman, and the terrace area on the slopes of the plateau. Nowadays over 25 hectares of the city is covered by water of the Liman, unfortunately. In the ancient times, the shoreline was most probably 300-500 meters away from the modern level of the shore. So from the very beginning of the excavations at Olbia Pontica, archaeologists emphasized that strategically advantages of location of the lower part of the city, including its convenient access to natural harbors, and were convinced that a port with port structures such as docks and malls must have existed here. In case of Olbia, there may be evidences that at least some of these important features were present in the harbor area of the ancient times. Particularly a large open space revealed during excavation of strata of the late 4th to the early 2nd century BC in the sector of Ngs. There also, for example, not once were unearthed remains of stilobates dated to the first half of 5th century BC, and it was interpreted as part of the cult or public building. So it was suggested that it was second agora, which may have been located in the lower part of the city here, plus in addition to the one which was excavated in the upper city. So in the 4th century BC, in Olbia existed the agora itself and the emporium, which all could have been located in what is now the submerged zone of the lower city right here, within the city walls and near the water. An interesting finding were found in 70s. During the investigations of submerged zone of the lower city right here, was found what was called amphora field 1 and amphora field 2. So it was concentrations of amphora at one place. That was interpreted as storage facilities of 4th century BC. Also, if we take into account the importance of Olbia itself for trade for the northern Black Sea region during 5th, 4th centuries BC, it's likely that Olbia itself could have used more than one port, as did the largest cities and large islands of the Aegean. So the external economic relations of the cities of northern Black Sea region developed in 2 main directions. It's the trade with the large polis of the Mediterranean and Black Sea, and the trade exchange with the barbarian population of the steppe and wooded steppe zones. For a long time, Olbia played the role of mediator between the Scythians and other Pontic cities, or at least it served as a transit point. Also, according to some scholars, land roads that connected the wooded steppe zone and the shore of the Dnipro Buk Liman here must have existed even prior to Greek colonization of the region. The foundation of Greek colonies in the area led to intensification of the connections, and both waterways and land roads from Olbia to the steppes were used for trade purposes. So, as you can see, Olbia Pontica located at the intersection of land and sea trade roads. Hence, its port was a principal strategic object for the northern Black Sea region, as well as the final destination of a big amount of imported goods at that time. Borysthenes and Olbia have long been important points on the way to the other ancient cities of the northern Black Sea. both as transit port and as points of further distributions of goods. Developed port facilities in both Olbia and Borysfennes played an important role in commerce in the region. So, Olbia's foreign trade began with the foundation of the early settlement, the Emporium of Borysfennes, in 446 year BC. This island of Berezan is located about 40 kilometers from Olbia at the confluence of the Dnipro Bug and Berezan Limans right here, not far from the city of Ochakiv in modern Ukraine right now. This is a modern view, Berezan Island. This plateau, unfortunately, gradually being destroyed by erosion. Ancient Berezan was a peninsula, joining right here the mainland on the side from the shore where Ochakiv is located today. The latest data indicates that this emporium was founded initially as temporary one at first. Later, after, let's say, a generation, at the turn of 7th-6th centuries BC, it became a permanent one. In addition, this event took place simultaneously with the founding of Olbia polis. So this synchronicity suggests that demand of the Hellenic goods was so important that the presence of this exact transit point in the small microregion didn't make it economically unfeasible to establish another one in Olbia. So on the way to Olbia, ships had to pass through another stronghold of the region, Borysfennes, right there. It was first founded as Emporium of Miletus, later as Olbia, by the way, itself. So later, after its establishment in the region of Olbia polis, Borysfennes functioned as an Emporium of Olbia. And the economic orientation of the settlement in the early stage had commercial character. It's believed that a separate trading port was located in Berezan Island. The earliest ceramic date back to the middle of the 7th century BC, and architecture remains here at the end of 7th century as well. From the 6th century, the settlement started to become officially a part of Olbia polis. It's quite aptly called the trade gate to Olbia. This is modern view of the cliffs of Berezan Island and map with current excavation and some of the findings, the most interesting ones. So, as you can see again from the map, the possession of Berezan Island was a key to keep in control of the local waters and therefore was vital for the security and defense of the Olbia city. So owing to its strategical location, the island must have maintained its importance for Olbia during the entire time of her existence. Also, perhaps Borysfennes was also a checkpoint on the way to Olbia. Berezan and waters around the peninsula were part of the cabotage road to the northern Black Sea coast, in particular to Taurica, Crimean Peninsula. Ships heading not only to Olbia ships heading not only to Olbia but also to other cities could stop here. Most likely, the port of Borysfennes didn't lose its important role even after appearance and development of the Olbia port. In fact, it had been suggested that this would be another reason why the harbor of Berezan must have continued to function even after Olbia started to use her own harbor. During this period, the cabotage road along the northwestern coast was still used not only by ships sailing directly to Olbia, but also by those who head into the colonies located further to the northern coast of Black Sea. For the latter, it probably was more convenient to stop over at Berezan before continuing the voyage than to make a detour to Olbia here and then go back. So after ships started to use a shorter way and, let's say, more direct route across the sea on a regular basis, there was much less need for transit harbor of Berezan. So this development probably took place already at the end of the 5th century, first half of the 4th century BC. and has been linked to the foundation of the Greek city of Chersonesus on the north coast of the Black Sea at the end of 5th century BC. So this road either went straight across the Black Sea from the southern coast to the northern coast, or alternatively combined the cabotage sailing along the western coast of the Black Sea with crossing open water from some point straight to the southern shore of the Crimean Peninsula. So presumably in the 4th century BC, some ships could still sail into the North Pontic region, and they still using the full-length cabotage road along the northwestern Black Sea coast. And this probably caused a decrease of maritime traffic in the area itself. The Berezan harbor may still have continued to function, of course, but on a smaller scale than before, serving primarily local needs and only occasionally as a stopover for foreign ships. So I'd like to tell that the Greek oikomen was a world full of extensive economical, political, cultural connections. People, goods, ideas, philosophy of worldview moved around the world extremely freely and actively that time. So these connections were extremely important for the effective development of ancient society. And in this regard, stable overseas trade and the constant distribution of goods of overseas markets were an important factor in the development of the economy and society in ancient times. The nomenclature of Athenian goods was diverse and stable from the very beginning of the 6th century BC, as goods from Attica were in general great demand. Agricultural products, primarily olive oil, metal artifacts, weapons, textiles, and of course, prestigious tableware were widely exported from Athens and Attica all around the known world in that times. Tableware in all techniques were part of big cargo supplied to the North Black Sea market during all periods of history. Attic black glazed pottery was one of the most important groups of the pottery which were transported to the region. The emergence of systematic trade between Athens, Attica, and northern Black Sea coast took place during the second quarter of 6th century BC. Attic ceramics at the time of foundation of the first Hypoikia were rather an object of luxury, so it's unlikely that it was a subject of trade at that time. So given the wide development of intermediary trade at that time, it's reasonable that the first samples of Attic were reached the colonies through the mediator of other foreign nations, for example, even from Miletus at first. The earliest finds of Attic were in Olbia and Berezan, dated back to 570s, 580 BC. It was made, as you can see, in black figure technique. Of course, trade at that exact time was sporadic, but from the second half of the century, it acquired rather a regular character and continued until the period of early Hellenism. A feature of the find of this time is their mass and exceptionally high quality of products. So on for a long time, tableware was a luxury item delivered to the North Black Sea market sporadically. But over time, these ceramics became a mass-produced item, which was a separate object of trade relation. Attic black glazed pottery is one of the most mass material in Olbia. Thus, in these terms, Attic black glazed ware played an essential role in a study of trade and economic relations between Olbia and Borysthenes with Attica in general. So research of exactly this type of pottery allowed to demonstrate periods of increases and decreases of import level to Olbia Pontica, which surely correlates with the period of historical development of the polis and its connection with Athens and Attica as a region in general. So the quantitative composition of the dishes was analyzed in relation to the main period of development of Olbia, its late archaic, early classic, and late classical period. Therefore, it was determined that during the first period, only the beginning of development of trade relations between Olbia and Athens, which had a sporadic character again, can be observed. So this is demonstrated by a relatively small amount of Attic tableware. It's only around 25% from all dishes belong to this period. At this time, there was a search for both new trade routes and, in general, new market for Attic products. Moreover, merchants from Athens needed grain from the Black Sea polis for their motherland, whose population was constantly growing. So during the 5th century BC, it was Olbia that became the most important trade intermediately between Athens and the cities and settlements of the North Black Sea region. At the time, the trade relation with barbarian population of the steppe were intensively developing, from other hand. So the analysis of the given material, Attic black glazed pottery from Olbia, proves that in the terms of the early classical period, in the central of diagrams, was not only the peak of trade relations, yes, of the region between Olbia and Attica, but also that was period of general elevation of material and spiritual culture of the city. So the dynamics of the arrival of Attic black glazed ware clearly demonstrate us the large number of these products among the imported ware. The range and number of different types of the pottery is increasing. In this period between 425-400 BC, the collection shows the maximum number of different types. Thus, for the period of the early classical period in Olbia, the quantitative indicators of the import of Attic black glazed ware show the highest values. It's around altogether 43% of all total amount of the pottery. As for the late classical period in Olbia, it was associated with the exit of the polis from the Athenian League, the general weakening of the foreign economic ties with Attica caused by both external and political circumstances of the life of Athens. During 380-50 BC, indicators fall sharply, decreasing almost by 2 times. The share of dishes from the period is 33% in general. And since then, the volume of tableware imports has been decreasing. Consequently, from the end of late classical period and beginning of Hellenistic period, let's say, Olbia's trade with Attica gradually lost momentum. And economic relations between these two states never returned to their previous level of development. The main role in economics life of Olbia at that time was already played by Hellenistic city of Asia Minor. Thus, Attic black glazed ceramics are invaluable source of knowledge for the study of the daily life on ancient Greeks, funeral rites, sacred rituals, etc. Also, this subject is a great source for the study of the dynamic of the development of economical relations between Olbia, Athens, Attica in general, because at this moment, not all the material from Olbia, as well as a large part of the city itself, has been discovered yet. Therefore, further research, taking into account the maximum number of statistical indicators, not only from Olbia, but also from other polis of Northern Black Sea region, will provide the opportunity to reconstruct the trade relations of the region from new angle and reproduce the trade and economic ties of the Northern Black Sea region with Attica on higher level, which is really important for a modern level of knowledge. As for Olbia polis, so its harbor played an important role for Northern Black Sea during the entire time of its existence. It was certainly the most important harbor of the region and comparable in many aspects to the major Mediterranean polis. Olbia was for the Northern Black Sea region what was Piraeus for Attica, not only the principal port for entry for goods, but a great redistribution center. At the end of my presentation, I'd like to emphasize the important role of current project, which you are supporting right now, and we appreciate it very much. As I said, Olbia Pontic allocates only in 33 kilometers close to Mykolaiv, and nowadays it suffered a lot from a missiles attack from Russian army. In the last few days, and right now, it was and still bombing lots of time. So what we are doing right now, it's very important. Currently we were trying to preserve our material, our heritage from the site as much as we can. On the territory, we have 2 big museums, and thanks to our colleagues, we managed to save lots of the objects, and now it's a little bit safer than before. And this is exactly how we can help to save our own heritage, to keep it safe for now and to take care about this material till next research. Another great way to help in preservation of our heritage is to digitalize Ukrainian archives and some of the materials, the most important ones, as we planned with your help to do in the future. So as you can see, we're trying our best, and we appreciate any possible help from our foreign colleagues, and we all pray for your helps and prosperity. Thank you very much for your attention. Please be free if you have any questions. I will gladly answer it.
Hey, thank you, Iryna, for the fascinating talk. I definitely have a number of questions, but the first one is about the illicit trade on Olbia. Like, it always become a popular topic about what's going on with Olbia artifacts, the illegal trade, and everything around it. And what is about it now? What's going on there now?
Well, thank you for the question. It's really hard question for all scientists. You know, it's like national reserve now, so it's under protection somehow, but due to the fact that territory is so big, even like in normal days without war situation, it was really hard to preserve all that territory, because yes, we had and we have smugglers, even Ukrainians. It was before, and unfortunately it's the main true. Nowadays it's even more hard, because of course security can't work normally. Our director of the reserve fund, he's in the military now. We all support them. Lots of our workers, archaeologists also are serving now. So of course we understand it's not the right time to talk and I don't know, not to save our Olbia, but still for us it's important. Of course, at first it's life of people, but we are thinking about heritage as well. Of course, some of the materials are going away, we know that, and as I showed you for the photos, it's only a few of them what we have actually. It's all, we're afraid that can be destructed with bombs and missiles, and we are really afraid about our heritage there.
Of course. And another one, like rather archaeological one, have you tried any underwater efforts around Olbia or near Berezan to?
Yes, of course. Not last season, but a few seasons before, a few years before, it was expedition from National University of Taras Shevchenko. So a few seasons they actually looked at some signs of underwater buildings, which I showed on the map. And before that, it was rather 70s, 80s, a few tries to do some excavations there. And around Berzan Island, every year actually took place some underwater excavation, but surely it's all under, you know, in Ukraine, it's all question of financial situation. So it's all like for the cost of researchers, but still like it's so like we have ambitions to do more in Ukraine and around Olbia and Berzan Island as well.
because this sounds like something can be found there. Okay,
Yeah,
so thank you very much for your talk, and
thank you.
Thank you. And let's move forward to our next speaker, who is Pavlo Shydlovskiy. He's already with me. And he'll gonna appear on the screen like right now. Pavlo will talk about the apoplectic sides of Ukraine. Greetings.
Hello. Do you hear me?
We hear you, but maybe you can slightly increase the volume if it's possible.
What to do, Simon? Please tell me.
Okay, yes, yeah. So we hear you, but if you can do it slightly louder, it is great.
How?
Okay, yeah. Maybe just come closer to the micro, and that's it.
Okay, I will try to speak louder. Yeah.
Yes, that works. That's perfect. Thank you.
Is it good?
Yes, great. And now, you're invited to share the screen and start your talk.
Okay, thank you. My name is Pavlo Shydlovskiy. I am an associate professor of Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv, and I will try to speak about the mammoth hunters and about such things as rhythmics, symmetry, and iteration in the life of mammoth hunters. So I will try to share my screen. Okay. Do you see something?
Yeah, hello. My name is Alexander. I'm make technical support. Yeah, we clearly see your presentation.
Okay, yeah. And it's switch on. Yes, it's okay.
Yeah. We see everything when you're sliding.
Okay,
yes.
Nice. Yeah. So we can start with such topic as a rhythm in the life of mammoth hunters. We will speak about the Upper Paleolithic. Upper Paleolithic is a time when the last glacier was on the territory of the whole northern hemisphere. And the territory about which I will talk is the territory of Middle Dnieper area, Middle Dnieper region. And on the territory of Eastern Europe at all, we can speak about the several faunistic groups of the sites, and on this in faunal spectrum of these sites, we can see the predominance of different animals. So after the maximum glacier in Europe, in epigravitian sites, we can see the predominance of such hunting species as mammoths. Another group of sites is sites with the predominance of bison, and the third group of sites with the predominance of reindeer bones in the faunistical spectrum of these sites. So we will speak about the mammoth hunters. So we can talk about the specialized hunting and about the forming of such economical type in the Upper Pleistocene, Upper Paleolithic, as the mammoth hunters. And most attention will be paid to the territory of Middle Dnieper area, in which we have several cultural groups of Upper Paleolithic hunters, as in the frames of common epigravitian group, epigravitian tradition, we can define several cultural groups such as Mezherichian, Mizinian, Yudinovien, and of course we can talk about the different societies, because we can speak about that the relativeness between the sites, which was based on the technological tradition. And if we talk about Mezherichian, we speak about the in first case the technological tradition among these groups. So all these groups and Mezhirich and Mizhinyan and other was quite close, and they have a quite synchronous position in the chronological scheme. So about the Epigravetian and about rhythmics and iteration in the life of mammoth hunters. If we speak about the objects of art, or if we speak about the modified by human objects, we can turn our attention to the regular modifications on different objects. So we see the natural objects which has some regular modifications. On the right of this slide, you see the distal part of mammoth rib, and on this distal part, it was curved by such scheme, which is quite symmetrical scheme. So we have transversal cuttings and transversal sewing, which has several lines in the center, and after several lines by side of this distal part of mammoth rib. And after this finding, I was surprised, and I tried to find such position not only in the art objects. Of course, art objects has all these features such as rhythmics, iteration, symmetry. Here you can see the finding from Mizhin with such bright art objects such as paint mammoth bones and bracelets and parts of mammoth ivory, and together with such sculpture. And of course, but after I tried to find as symmetry and rhythmics in the spatial objects. So we will speak mostly about the Mezhirich. Mezhirich is a Upper Paleolithic settlement which is situated in confluence of two rivers, Ros and Rosava, on the right bank of the Dnieper River. And this settlement was excavated since 1966 and by different teams and in different times. And as a result of common excavations, we have here 4 dwellings with the using of mammoth bones in the construction. So Unit 1 is a dwelling 1, Unit 4, Unit 2, Unit 3, and Unit 4. Unit 4 was excavated at the last times, and it was opened, it was discovered in 1976, and from that time it was lived in situ directly on the territory of site. But mostly a famous object from this settlement is dwelling 1. Dwelling 1 was excavated in 1966, and by the works of Ivan Pidoplichka, all the structure was reconstructed, and now it placed in the exposition of National Museum of Natural History of Ukraine. And if we see this dwelling, if we look at this dwelling, we can see also the features of iteration of the regular structure, rhythmics in position of the bones, such as long bones at the entrance of this dwelling, and mandibles which made an outer cladding of this dwelling. And if we came inside this dwelling, we can see that the basement is formed by the mammoth skulls, which placed regularly in the fundament, in the basement of this structure. So by the reconstruction of Ivan Pidoplichka, we can speak about that such as architectural ornament, when symmetrical and rhythmical structures made interior and outer view of this dwelling. So let us go to our excavations, our works, which are connected to the fourth dwelling. So the fourth dwelling, now it looks like this, and it was a big problem to clean this dwelling because it was at open state since 1978. And now this dwelling is in a metallic hangar, and we can we have an access to it, and we can clean this dwelling and made some excavations inside it. So if we look at this dwelling, at dwelling 4, we can see the basement with such mammoth skulls, which placed regularly. Also inside the dwelling we have internal hearth. And we focused to excavate 2 different parts of this dwelling. This part east and part west. So if we go to the part east, we can see here we excavate on a different levels. We excavate a workshop for producing lithic implements. So this is a workshop. Now it has different layers, and now we can see that it was a regular using this place for the processing lithic tools. Small amount of tools, but mostly it's a lithic depitage. Okay, and also we have a part of bones which was modified by humans. This is fragments of mammoth ribs and the fragments of mammoth ivory. If we speak about the eastern part of this dwelling, we can see another plot with a series of instruments which was connected to the skin processing and anatomical groups of small and middle-sized mammals. And there was no too much lithic artifacts. This is a series of tools like needles and awls made of different bones of middle and small mammals, and modified by humans different parts of hands and legs of hare or fox. That is why we can speak about the different functional sectors inside dwelling. So we can speak about that inside dwelling we have different different functional places. Maybe these different functional places was connected not only with economical activity, but also with some social functions. So maybe it was a division of places for different genders. And if we go outside this dwelling, we can speak about the interesting outer cladding that was formed by the big mammoth bones outside dwelling. In 1976, while it was excavated, the most bright group of bones was found to the east of this outer cladding. On this group of bones, we can see the symmetrical composition of the mandibulas, of the jaws of mammoth, which was put the central mandibula was put chin up, and around it was several mandibles stacked in a piles with the chin down. So, and to the right of this bright composition, there was also symmetrical group as a mammoth skull, and to the left of it, it was 2 scapulas and pelvis, and to the right of it also it was 2 scapulas and pelvis. And another symmetrical composition was to the left of this central group. It was such as mammoth skull, anatomical group of vertebrae, mammoth skull, also anatomical group of vertebrae, and again mammoth skull. So we can see the symmetrical and rhythmical compositions of bones outside dwelling in the outer cladding of this fourth dwelling. If we go outside this construction, outside dwelling, we can see that all objects around dwelling also were placed in a symmetrical and rhythmical structure. So if we speak about this fourth dwelling, to the east and to the west was placed a big mammoth tusks. Here you can see them on the photo. And also pits around dwelling also was placed by the world directions, and also has such symmetrical and rhythmical composition. So we can speak about that all dwelling was placed by the cardinal directions. And if we look on the whole settlement, here we can see the dwelling 1, dwelling 2, and dwelling 4. We can speak about the unified behavior and unified pattern of placement of these dwellings and structures on the settlement at all. So all the entrances was oriented to the south and to the south. And around all dwellings, there was such pits, which has such symmetrical structure and symmetrical composition. If we speak about other settlements on the territory of the Middle Dnieper area, we can look at Dobranichevka site and on the Semenivka 3 site. So Dobranichevka site is the same base camp as the Mezhirich, and it has the quite similar structure as Mezhirich. It also in Dobranichevka we has 4 dwellings, and these 4 dwellings were surrounded by the pits. And another way we can see in Semenivka 3. If Mezhirich and Dobranichevka are the sites which was placed, which are situated on the low levels of landscape, on the low topography nearby river, but Semenivka sites are situated on the plateau, on the very high topographical levels. And Semenivka 3 site has quite another structure as Mezhirich or Dobranichevka sites. We have also some the same shape. It's a circle about 6 meters in diameter, and we can speak about that. Also, it was oriented by the cardinal directions, and we have the internal hearth, we have entrance, and we have a wall to the north of this structure. And if we compare these 2 dwellings, dwelling from Mezhirich and dwelling that is almost complementary structures. Complementary, so it's symmetrical, but it is alternative symmetry. It is a turned symmetry. If Mezhirich is placed on the first terrace and has low topography, Semenivka placed on a plateau with a high topography. If in Mezhirich we have fundamental structure made from mammoth bones, in Semenivka, we have a light structure without the evidence of using of big mammoth bones. If in Mezhirich we have complex field objects such as pits, such as places of dense cultural layer and outer hearths and so on, in Semenivka we has not such pits and such field structures. And if Mezhirich, we have a high quantity of tools for skin processing, different end scrapers, awls, needles, and so on. In Semenivka, mostly this is absence of tools for skin processing. Only several end scrapers we can find, and we can speak that they are connected to the skin processing. So we interpret such sites with a mammoth bone architecture, such as Mezhirich, Ginty, Dobranichevka, Mizin, as a base camps which was functioning mostly during the autumn-winter time, mostly in a cold time of the year. And such sites as Semenivka we interpret as a temporary camps which are functioning during spring-summer time, or mostly in a more warmer time of the year. But from the one point of view, they are quite similar. They are similar by their diameter, 6 meters in diameter, and orientation by the word cardinal directions. And that is why we can say about some iterations in the using of space by prehistoric people. This iteration we can see in the organizing of space inside dwelling. Inside dwelling, we see the sectoral use of a space. In different parts of this dwelling, we have the workshop for lighting processing and a workshop for skin processing. We can speak about the sectoral use of a space, centralized sectoral use of space outside dwelling in the frames of the settlement unit. Around this dwelling was placed the auto hearths, auto workshops, the plots of dense cultural layer, production centers, and pits. We can speak about the centralized use of space outside settlement itself, around the base camp, which was placed in mostly convenient places. We can see different sites such as kill sites, temporary camps, places for taking the lithic material, and mammoth cemeteries. And so that is why we can reconstruct different levels of the activity of the group on different territories. So we can speak about the iteration on the different levels, and such different levels of activity of small group, maybe family or small hunting group, and bigger group as a settlement group. And the third level is using of the space of hunting activity around the big base camp. So that is why we can talk about the one territory and one cultural group, such as Mezhirichian, but also we have another traditions, technological traditions in the epigravian of Middle Dnieper area, such as Mizinian and Yudinovian. The question, did they know about each other? So we have in all these different groups, we have such traditions as building dwellings from mammoth bones. You see Dobranichevka, it's a Mezhirichian, Mizin, and Yudinova. And in all these groups, we have the tradition of making such figurines. Somebody told that this is female figurines, but very stylized. And we have the very clear evidences of exchange between these groups by the sharing, by the distribution of marine shells, which comes from the Black Sea, distribution by the sides of Dnieper River. These shells was mostly perforated, and they was found in different sites such as Mezhirich, Semenivka, Mizin, and Yudinovo. So I think that it is a clear evidence of exchange between different hunting groups. And all this situation was connected to the such stable period of time after the last glacial maximum till the perturbations of the end of Pleistocene atoll. So we can speak about the system of living. We can speak about the common place, common patterns of behavior and of rhythmics, iteration, and symmetry as not only just a reaction of human collectives to the natural conditions, to the natural environment, but also as the human modeling activity, as the attempt to the domestication of space, as the making space and time more controlled, as an attempt to manage space and time by these rhythmical and symmetrical objects such as dwellings, pits, settlements itself. And thank you for your attention. If you have questions, please, I will be glad to answer.
Yes, thank you very much, Pavlo, for the great topic, for a very interesting one. Just the basic question, like I'm asking it almost for everyone, what's going on now on the sites you talk about during the war?
Now this year we are not working. It's quite understandable because many students are abroad, many students are in evacuation, and many students even taking a part in hostilities in a front line. So that is why this year I took part in a territorial defense service in Mezhirich, in Kanyev region, around the Kanyev hydroelectrostation. And that is why I think that it is not a good idea to bring students and to do some excavations on the Mezhirich object. But I hope, as I think that everybody hopes, that next year we have a big program to start excavations, and we hope that together with different European organizations, we continue our excavations on this site.
Fingers crossed, yeah. And are there any damages or destructions on site or around because of the war?
No. This is southern to Kiev, and that is why this territory was not damaged by the hostilities. But anyway, the landscapes was damaged by the different military objects because nobody knows in the first months of war. Nobody knows where they come, where our enemies goes, and that is why. Many people was included to the territorial defense service, and many defensive structures were created around the Kanyev hydroelectrostation, and that is why landscape was damaged enough.
Okay, I see. I assume, yeah, there are a lot of suddenly excavated archaeological objects appear there because of the trenches and everything. And the archaeological one, just for the wide audience, yeah, for general understanding, how unique is this material you just shown? Like, is there any analogies in Central Europe or in Western Europe for these dwellings and the rhythmical structures?
No, we have several sites on the territory of Ukraine and several sites in Russia, but in the Central Europe, I don't know the sites with the mammoth bone architecture. So that is why I think that this is not just a response of humans to the natural conditions, to the natural environment, but it's a feature of a culture. It's a feature of a culture. It's like a manifestation of humans itself by this way of organizing of the space, by the way of organizing the objects such as dwellings, settlements, and so on.
Okay, thank you. And you support it also with the portable art specimens from bone you shown, yeah, like with these women figures. Are they also considered as examples of rhythmic behavior?
Yes, but I think that I tried. My attempt was to show that rhythmics, iteration, and symmetry is not a feature only of art objects, but this is a feature of human behavior. To make things regularly, to make iteration, to make a symmetry, because symmetry is not a product of nature. Symmetry is a product of our brain.
Okay, and one again, that's probably a stupid one. Also, the popular question: do you think this kind of rhythmic behavior appears only for modern humans, for Homo sapiens, or is it presented before, during Middle Paleolithic, and maybe even before?
I understand your question, because too many people try to found art and religion in Neanderthal societies. Yeah, but sorry, I think that this is a characteristics of Homo sapiens. This my point of view. I think that such art, such behavior, we can see only in Homo sapiens in a developed manner, because in Neanderthal societies we can find some maybe lines or maybe some art objects, but do we see symmetry? Do we see such attempt to control time and space? I don't know, maybe not.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. Thank you very much. So maybe that's it. I'm not seeing the more questions in chat apart from those that I already allowed it. So thank you very much for this, and we'll see you tomorrow. That was a pleasure too.
Thank you very much too, Simon. Goodbye.
Bye. And now we're switching back to Carlton.
Yes. So now we have the next presentation is a video presentation. Our speaker going to be here today. What is the name of our presenter, Simon?
So that's Mykhailo Minakov, who will talk about the centuries of political system of Ukraine and basically about Ukrainian history in the last century, 20th century. It's not an archaeology, but rather a history of Ukrainian governmental system.
This is the one, correct?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. So we're going to go ahead and play this presentation. It is the full 30 minutes. We're going to go right ahead and get it started right now. But 1 second. Simon, can you hear that?
Nope.
Nope. How about now?
Nope.
Interesting. 1 second. Sasha, come on in.
Yeah, guys, it's a very low, Carlton, a very low sound. If you will make 100%.
Let's try it now.
Okay, yeah, so that's the issue.
Do you have main volume as well? If you could try, maybe it's not full or it's maximum.
All right, 1 second. I'm going to mute myself just in case.
Yeah. When you mute yourself, we don't hear anything.
Okay, so interesting. So it's being picked up from my microphone, not from...
Not from presentation. 1 second. If there is 3 dots, you have some option to check between some microphones or that 3 dots with presentation.
Yeah, it's just telling me to remove from stream or full screen layout, man.
Edit.
Sorry, everyone, just technical difficulties at the moment.
Maybe if you could send me link, maybe I could try from my computer. Maybe it will be better, for example.
Yeah, Simon, can you go ahead and send him that? I forget. I don't know which email you.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that. Meanwhile, whatever.
This is from you playing for you was downloaded the video.
Yeah, it's a download.
Yep.
Okay. It will take like maybe 15 minutes.
So it's not about the link.
Hold on, this might work.
Yeah. By the way, guys, you're also archaeologists.
Hello, good morning.
Does that play better?
My name is Mykhailo Minakov.
Yeah, this works.
Okay.
Yeah, nice.
Figured it out. All right, so we're going to go ahead and play this, everybody. Thank you for being patient.
And today I will have a short report, a short lecture about a little bit more than 100 years of the development of Ukrainian political system. When we talk about political history or macro-political analysis, we deal with very many different issues and structures, from political culture and habits, which is like software of political community, or the hardware, which is usually the political system. So it's a number of elements, usually political institutes and institutions, linked by personal interests, linked by political groups, so the politics per se, political competition. Then it's connected to the statehood and the real political factors and the mystique around it, and of course political culture. So today in my report I will deal not with the statehood per se or with political culture that emerges in our part of the world that is today called Ukraine, but about political institutes and political structures that created a new phenomenon of Ukrainian political system. And definitely it's connected with the end of World War I and the so-called Great Russian Revolution. Why it's so called? Because it is indeed Great Revolution, but it's not only Russian Revolution. Starting from 1917 and then with the peak in 1918, European, Central European, Eastern European peoples go through the period of revolutions. Basically, most of political systems and states that existed before World War I, they all go through either dissolution or profound revolutionary change. Russian Empire in 2017 ceases to exist. It ceases in a result of the so-called bourgeois February Revolution. the February Revolution was basically connected with the idea of republican construction. And the temporary government in St. Petersburg, well, at that time, Petrograd, was dealing with the issue of how to legitimately create a new republic in the east of Europe. But this attempt of republican construction in the empire fails due to many oppositions. Military opposition that had some monarchistic views, or with a radical socialist agenda of Bolsheviks, social revolutionaries, and so on, who undermined the temporary government and construction of one big republic in Eastern Europe, the Russian Republic, by starting the revolution in October, offering the agenda of socialist revolution, and then by destroying the assembly, the so-called учредительное собрание, or установчие сборы, or the assembly, the establishment assembly of the republic. So in this year, in 2017, Ukraine, as we know it today in these territories, faces many different political projects. But the core of this emerging political system is connected with the spring events when civic organization and political parties in the so-called southwestern Krai of Russian Empire come together in Kiev and create the so-called Central Council, Центральная Рада. And this Central Council grows slowly, and when you read these materials produced by politicians and activists involved in the council, they show how political imagination starts changing. Throughout the so-called, if you analyze, for example, the universals, the acts that the council was producing, you definitely see how this political imagination was changing in terms of territory. What is the territory of Ukraine? Or with the status. What is the status? Is it cultural autonomy, or it's a special province, or a separate republic? In 2000, by the winter of 1918, this republic is, the Russian Republic fails, and the republican construction, the political building in Ukraine, starts with vis-a-vis of local needs. So the local need, understanding that there is a territory and there's an opportunity to launch new statehood, was already here. However, the the state building, the political process of state building and launching, seeding new political system has met with a new issue. From political processes, we enter the period that starts in the winter of 1917-1918 into the phase of military powers, military projects. So political projects of 17, they're more connected with the civility, with political process, and the war and the violence is still connected with the front line. Now the front line goes almost in every city and town when different political projects turn into military projects, and it's the military force that becomes so important. This is why councils more and more involve not the citizens per se, but armed citizens, the sailors and the soldiers. And it's not the legitimacy, but the strength, the violence that gives an opportunity for different political projects to start and to exist. And then we have this period of the so-called First Republic. It's more the period, the time lapse between 1917 and end of 22, when basically Soviet Union is going to be created. There's 5 years of revolutionary time when different forms of monarchistic, republican, anarchist projects were created, were launched, were attempted to be created on the territory of contemporary Ukraine. And of course, it's connected with a huge violence and the need of the local populations, of the Ukrainian population, to have a stable peace. So the demand by 22, by that period, the demand for stability and safety was huge. And that's exactly when the First Republic ends and the Bolshevik project wins. However, it wins not in the entire territory once controlled by Russian Empire. February Revolution's Republican projects win in many Central European, Northern European countries. So if we start from the north, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland succeed with the project. Moldova and Ukraine, South Caucasian and Turkestani projects of their own republics or monarchies, they failed. They failed in the competition with the Bolshevik project. There were also attempts of anarchistic, proto-republics. They also failed. Basically, in these 5 years, we witness on the territory of Ukraine an immense number of different projects of statehood, of political structures, which can be described as republican and monarchistic states, but also para-states, black holes, de facto states supported just by some foreign powers belonging to Entente or to Germany, to Austria. But it all ends in the end of 22. So the result of the First Republic is that the fact that we basically have a territory that, with a population that understands its own political solidarity and legitimacy to have its own state. So these political institutions were connected to the population and the territory. And these institutes were involving not only military organizations of different kinds, but also executive and legislature. So citizens in these 5 years learned a lot, not only in terms of how to fight, how to struggle with the arms in hands, or how to survive when the armed groups enter your settlement, but also how to launch executive and legislative branches of power. The precedent of state independence was also here. There was a period, the precedent of statehood, recognized by several states that ceased to exist, but still it's German Empire, Austro-Hungarian Empire, and Ottoman empires. They all supported legitimacy of Ukrainian statehood. However, these states that supported the statehood of Ukraine in certain periods of the First Republic, they ceased to exist, and legitimacy of this Ukrainian project was also failing to the Bolshevik case. And then Ukrainians already understood themselves as a state-building nation, a nation with the right for statehood already in 1923. So when the Second Republic, the Soviet Ukraine, was supposed to exist, it's basically the period that is very much based on first roots of institutions, political institutions that stem from the First Republic. The October Revolution project was also using the military force. So the Red Army, the Red Army of the workers and the peasants, was a universalist project which provided the demanded stability to the local populations. It also responded to certain expectations like land ownership or the workplace, the security from the criminal groups and so on. So in a way, in the mid-20s, legitimation of Soviet rule was slowly in place. When we read diaries or newspapers or public or less public debates, documents of that period, you see how populations slowly accept the fact that the Bolshevik rule is for long. It's still expected to not to last very long, but still with every year it was accepted more and more. However, the Ukrainian socialists, the Ukrainian Bolshevik project is also rooted in those councils of workers and peasants that were already in 1919, 1917, in 1921. There were different party groups, the Bolshevik, the future communist party groups on the territory of Ukraine with their own agendas. They were slowly joining this VKPB, the Bolshevik party, the all-union Bolshevik party. Still, this party difference was vested into this general Soviet project, so that even in 1980s, the Communist Party that worked on the territory of Ukrainian Socialist Soviet Republic, it was called KPU, Communist Party of Ukraine. So even in these symbolic terms, the understanding of Ukrainess was here important. And the so-called korenizatsiya, the linkage, the hybrid between the proletarian universal global project and locally rooted, ethnically, nationally, linguistically, culturally rooted institutions were created in Ukraine. So up until approximately 1930-32, this Ukrainization of the Soviet project on the territory of contemporary Ukraine was in full force. The western regions, however, were still under the Polish control, and for some time it will be only the Soviet socialist project that would return the control over the western Ukrainian regions, and also it will be connected with the World War II or post-war injustices of ethnic cleanses and purifications. So the Second Republic is in Ukraine is connected with the gathering territories. So the territory of contemporary Ukraine is rooted exactly in the Soviet, in the Second Republic. Also, the Second Republic created the administrative territorial system that is still in use, even after 30 years of independence, after 30 years of the post-war, the Third Republic. This managerial administrative system was in place. So in many ways, the Second Republic was hugely constructive in terms of power structures building as well as economic structures building. And the critical moment for the Second Republic was World War II and the post-war period. The beginning of World War II and the German invasion in Ukraine, they were connected with several processes. First, the Stalin's takeover of eastern regions of Poland or western Ukrainian regions, as we call them today, and creation of this geography which is in conflict with many Central European nations. And this kind of memory is returning today. with all this chaos that we witness connected to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But the major result of it was demographic restructuring on one place, and the second, legitimation of Soviet rule. It's only the generation that fought in World War II and who came after war to reconstruct Ukraine, which was destroyed hugely with huge losses in terms of demography. People were killed, people were evacuated in Central Soviet Union's territories. The cities and settlements were destroyed tremendously, and the wildlife on the territory of Ukraine was hugely damaged. So everything that starts in about 44, 46, these processes change dramatically what is Ukraine. And the generation of fighters, or generations of fighters in World War II, they accept legitimacy, the cultural legitimacy of Soviet rule hugely, and there's a new energy coming into the Second Republic, the Soviet Ukraine, which ends up with the boom of 1970s, early 80s, up until the moment when the so-called Zastoy, the slowness of development in Soviet Union, was affecting Ukrainian population as well. But the Soviet project, the Second Republic, ends with the dissolution of Soviet Union. But it's Soviet Union that is dissolved. The Soviet peoples, the Soviet Ukrainians, continue existing already in the form of new independent Ukraine. And the Third Republic that comes into picture around 1991, it's the political project based on the power elites agreement, which was bringing together several groups. So the National Communists, who wanted to distance themselves from the liberal Yeltsin Moscow, and the National Democrats, for whom the independent statehood was the goal. And then there was a number of emerging bourgeois class, the new capitalist class that wanted to get access to the Soviet industrial legacy and take over it. So altogether, the Third Project was connected with the strong internal drive for independence from Moscow, but also not only like the negative program, but also the positive program of constructing their own republic. And this period between approximately 1990, when the first free elections of Ukrainian Rada Supreme Council was in place, and the new Supreme Council, and then the referendum, first in support of Soviet Union and then in support of the Rada's decision for independence, and the first elections of Ukrainian president, this all together formed a certain political community with its own dynamics, very much distancing itself from what was happening in the Union Center, but also creating like its own dynamics different from what was happening in Georgia, Belarus, or Moldova. Ukrainian phase out from the Soviet Union was peaceful. It was connected on the agreement, consensus between elites, but also between big social and ethno-lingual groups. The Russophones, the Ukrainian together were building the common republic. And the long discussion that ended up with the very late and very profound constitutional project in '96, it created a republic that was keen for internal peace, for the civic peace, and was slowly entering the Eastern European history, the Eastern European common tendencies. The post-Soviet transformation of Ukraine was going hand in hand with with the general post-Soviet or post-communist transformation trends, which we can define as four major directions that were building or that were directing the building of political institutions and political system. The first was democratization. Ukraine, by end of 90s, ended up with hundreds of political parties, with blooming political ideological diversity, with pretty strong centralism and two branches of power, presidentialism and parliament. And the political system was also receiving a new experience. It's the dominance or the growing role of informal institutions. So the formal institutions like parliament or president or constitutional court, all these formal institutes and institutions behind them, they were connected with the well-described legitimate acts when everything was clear and pre-described in sanctioned documents. However, the informal institutions, the clans that would later become oligarchic clans, these are personal networks, the political adopted families that were taking over of some parts of the industrial legacy, the Soviet industrial legacy. They were taking over some factions or parties in the Rada. They were represented in the presidential administration. They would have several local administrators and mayors, so they're judges and so on. So they were kind of creating linkages between different formal branches of power. And this would provide them with the ability to link the power, the political power, the administrative power with money and ownership. And here the Third Republic grows hand in hand with strong institutionalization of formal state, of the democratic facade, and that's the democratization, but also this the growth and becoming more and more efficient of informal institutions that end up with existence of many patronal pyramids. Pyramids where the clan is on the top, and then many, through many personal contacts, linkages, the big social base in a region or nationally. So this is how we ended up with the Akhmetov clan, the Privat group, the Poroshenko clan, and so on. These pyramids, together with the democratic institutes, political institutes, created a space of freedom for citizens, for media freedom, also for ideological and cultural pluralism, which had its own positive and negative effects. The negative effect of it, the positive is definitely the freedom, the political freedom, but the negative effect is very little efficiency and economic social exclusion. So more and more Ukrainians were excluded from the decision-making or from the ownership. The poverty per se was growing. So in a way, we see how the Third Republic created a number of contradictions which lead to the revolutionary attempts. The Orange Revolution, the Euromaidan. In addition to this, the post-communist transformation tendency of nationalization was in place. So government was becoming more and more oriented only on one ethno-cultural group, and that was regarded as legitimate and natural. In addition to democratization, nationalization, and the contradictions between them, there was a Europeanization. Europeanization was seen as a tendency that would limit the contradiction between democratization and nationalization by introducing stronger rules and norms and values of Council of Europe and then European Union through association agreement. And thus the Ukrainian Third Republic was attempting to diminish these contradictions. However, the Third Republic was slowly but inevitably growing into the conflict, a systemic conflict, profound conflict with the Russian Federation, which tried to counterbalance the European project and Europeanization. So it ended up finally, after many tragic and dramatic events of 2010s, into the war. First Donbas war and annexation of Crimea, and then the fully fledged war between Russia and Ukraine since February 22. Well, we are now in the moment when it's difficult to say if the Third Republic has finished and the Fourth Republic is about to start. If you remember, there was even a book written by two politician and minigarch Boris Loshkin and a bright Russian-Ukrainian journalist Volodymyr Fedorin. They wrote a book about the Fourth Republic in Ukraine, expecting it to be actually to start it in 2014. Also, Yuri Lutsenko, a long-standing politician, representative. In the end, he was a representative of the Poroshenko clan, who was also promoting an idea of the Fourth Republic. There's always a discussion between Ukrainian intellectuals and politicians if the Soviet period can be regarded as Ukrainian Republic at all. So many would call the independent Ukraine as a Second Republic. And if you accept this statehood mystique, you probably go into this discussion. But if you take this measurable and quite sober approach of analyzing how the political system was growing since 1917, you definitely see that Soviet period was a very important period for creation of Ukrainian political system, maybe one of the decisive periods and most profound in a way. Up until today, Ukrainian government uses institutions that were created in Soviet period. But this all comes to end. As comes to end the Soviet industrialization, the demography is changing. Ukraine goes through the period of destructuring of the society itself because of emigration, because of mass murders, because of destruction of critical civilian structure. So this all together might lead to the end of the Third Republic and opens up the perspective for not only deep and comprehensive reform of Ukraine, but construction of new Ukrainian Republic. I will end with this, and thank you for your attention.
Well, that was a great talk. I learned a lot about the Ukrainian political system there. That's absolutely fantastic. If you have any questions for that speaker, please go ahead and drop those in the chat. We will get them to him and then respond at his convenience. So with that, we're going to go ahead and bring in our next speaker right now. Excellent. Are you there?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You sound clear. Excellent. All right, so let's go ahead and let's get your screen shared. There's a share button at the bottom.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Of course.
So I should put share screen. Yes.
Yes.
Share screen. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you see my screen?
Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. Hello. It's yeah, it's this button. Yeah, in the bottom left share screen should be. Sorry.
I'm so sorry. There are some system preferences. Just 1 second. I'm so
No
sorry
worries.
for
Take your time.
inconvenience.
It's absolutely fine. No worries. No need to stress.
Yes, I think it should be. I'm so sorry. Could I switch on to another computer because there are some? Just one second. I'm so sorry. Just
totally
just
fine.
1 second. I'm sorry.
No worries. All right, so while we're getting those technical difficulties sorted out, just a reminder for those that are joining us within the past hour that the purpose of this stream is to support an initiative by 3D History for Ukraine to purchase an ArtTech 3D handheld scanner. And the purpose of this handheld scanner, like one, they're expensive. So that's why we really need your support. So please donate. You can, the top right of the screen, you can see a barcode. Please click that. You can also go to the GoFundMe, which is playing on the banner down below, like right down here. And the purpose of this 3D scanner is for the digitization of objects of cultural patrimony that belong to Ukraine. With the ongoing war that's happening in Ukraine, a lot of historic and prehistoric objects and places are at risk. And we see this all over the globe and during times of turmoil. And we have the opportunity to save many of these objects quickly in digital space. So please share this stream with your friends, your colleagues, and let's see what we can do to raise not only awareness for what's going on for these cultural resources that exist in Ukraine, but also to save them as best we can. And with that, let's see. All right. So our next speaker is just transitioning to get to a new computer. Once again, technical difficulties. This is what always happens when we have live streams such as this. All right, it looks like she is back. So I will stop rambling and bring her into the stream.
Just 1 second. I'm so sorry for this inconveniences, but I found the problem. It just several seconds.
No worries.
I didn't expect it.
It happens. No worries. All right, real quick, I'm going to bring in Simon really quick. Just give us a heads up when you are ready, and we'll bring you back in. All right, Simon, you're back. Hey, what's up, man?
Well, that sounds great. Yeah, like we're going somewhere. And the last talk was very interesting, though it's nothing about archaeology, but the good thing about Ukrainian recent history.
Yes, absolutely. And I think for the context of the stream, especially for Western audiences that might not know the history of Eastern Europe, or in particular Ukraine, it's important to know. I mean, me and you got to meet in person a couple years ago, and I'm sure, like, I was very ignorant to what was going on in Ukrainian history, that you guys took a lot of time to tell me about not only the culture, but the history of the country.
Yeah, I remember that was our chat on your podcast a few months before, with a lot of questions about from the audience, very basic about Ukrainian recent history. So that's good to know more about it.
I mean, for the United States, history starts at 1492 when Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue, and that's where we begin here, unfortunately. But let's see. I think perfect. I think we're good to go. So thank you so much, Simon.
I'm really sorry for
You're absolutely fine. Don't worry. So let me pull up your screen no, hold on. Add to stream. Excellent. Okay, so you are good to go. So please go ahead and introduce yourself for our audience, and let's get rolling.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your screen.
So, dear participants, my name is Vesta Malolitneva. I'm a doctor of legal sciences and academic secretary at Valentin Mamontov Institute of Economic and Legal Research of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. During 2 years, I was a team leader and a team member of the project legal and organizational aspects of using the aerospace survey for the research and protection of the archaeological heritage of Ukraine, which was implemented by the group of young scholars based on the grant of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. And I would like to take, on my first slide, you can see our team members, our young scholars who took part in this project. And I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude for being a part of this important initiative and event. Back to my presentation. We aimed in our project, to elaborate the theoretical base for the complex legal regulation and organizational support of using aerospace survey for the protection of archaeological heritage of Ukraine. The innovative nature of our project is the interdisciplinary approach to research. The project combined archaeology, space law, international and national cultural heritage law, procedural, criminal, economic, administrative law, some technical issues of using modern equipment for aerospace monitoring. This approach allowed us to reveal the problems and elaborate recommendations on improving the legal framework and organizational aspects of using the aerospace survey for research and protection of archaeological heritage of Ukraine. In order to achieve the mentioned goals, we carried out a number of practical works on use of remote sensing, in particular satellite imageries and aerial photographs for monitoring archaeological heritage. In particular, we carried out the first monitoring of the destructions by archaeological looters at the monument of the national importance, Olshanitsy Shargorod, and the second monitoring of the erosion zones of the northern part of the Kremenchuk reservoir. We started with the monitoring of the monument of national importance, the ancient settlement of Chronicle Torchest. Torchest was firstly mentioned in a chronicle under the year of 1093. The total explored area of the study is about 150 hectares. The area of our study was 28 hectares. In October 2021, our group visited the territory of the monument with the aim to carry out a ground survey and recording the damages. Every year, archaeological looters operate on its territory. Almost every time at this moment, you can see not only the traces of such diggers, and so you can see on the video such pits that we have found on the monument, but also the looters themselves. As it happens during our visit, when we met a group of people with metal detectors. The aim of such ground survey was preparatory actions for carrying out air monitoring of this monument and determine the nature of such pits. Because we found a lot of metal objects near some pits, but maybe they were not of interest for the looters, so they just throw it away. For example, as you can see on the video, on the second video, we have found the cartridge case from the times of the Second World War, which they just thrown away. We assume that this is from the Second World War times. It should be noted that in 2020, during the first stage of our project, where we put all our efforts to investigate the role of satellite images for the protection of archaeological heritage, we used, in addition to satellite images of the monument from 2020, archival data from 2017. Such satellite images provided us with the following results. In 2017, 3,000, I'm sorry, I put these digs, but it was actually pits, 3,212 pits were recorded on the site at a certain point of time. In spring, the results were the follows: 1,092 pits. In autumn, we carried out repeated monitoring with the help of drone, as a result of which 6,913 pits were recorded. In 2021, thanks to communication with farmers who are working on these lands, we managed to determine a clear period of time during which the digs detected by the drone were created. So this is the time between harvesting and fixing the status of the monument. An impressive results were obtained: 5,156 pits just in 21 days. This diagram shows a total of 16,573 pits, and this is incomplete data for 4 seasons. On the image, the so-called overlay model of several schemes, it is even possible to trace potential places of accumulation or concentration of metal objects, which is of interest not only for the protection purposes, but also for research. It should be emphasized that in this case, archival space images can play an important role. Based on this monitoring, it has been proven that the practical impossibility of detecting and recording such types of damage to objects of archaeological heritage by the ground method, which is mostly used today and provided by the legal acts of Ukraine in the field of protection of cultural heritage, because the use of remote sensing data is not integrated into the protection system at all. The Ministry of Culture and the authorities for the protection of the objects of cultural heritage, they do not use aerospace survey, except for individual cases and just on their own initiative. So what does this example tell us? For the first time, specific digital parameters of the activity of archaeological looters were obtained, and monitoring from space on the activities of such looters demonstrates its effectiveness. And drones materials allow obtain more detailed recording of damage. And what is important, that monitoring should be carried out on a systematic basis, with the transition from the practice of inspecting individual monuments to comprehensive monitoring of the archaeological environment. I will stop briefly on the second monitoring of erosion zones of the Dnieper reservoirs. We choose the monument which is underwater. By the way, it should be noted that a significant number of monuments in Ukraine are under a layer of water. And monitoring and research is a difficult task, and it is not carried out in Ukraine. It is important to know when and which areas will be free from water. You need to have a forecast in order to quickly organize research. After all, this territory is constantly changing, and it is possible to monitor such territories only thanks to satellite imagery. So this is our monument which we monitored, and on this slide you can see how monument looks like after the water level has lowered. This monument is situated under the Kremenchuk reservoir. So after the level of water is low, the surface is covered by the archaeological objects. That is why it is important to develop a management plan for the archaeological heritage of the region. It is necessary to create a prognostic model to find out the availability of the individual areas of erosion zones for archaeological survey and changes in their configuration over time. On the slide, you can see the satellite imagery. The first part is the raw material and data, and the second part is already processed imagery thanks to special algorithm when the classification of the surface of land was made. For example, some areas covered by water, some areas covered by sand, and etc. What does this example tell us? Firstly, the effectiveness of the use of satellite imagery for monitoring the state of the landscape and individual archaeological monuments from the point of view of their availability for ground archaeological survey has been proven. The results can become the basis for creating a system for predicting the availability of individual archaeological objects within the changes in the water level in the water area of the reservoir. According to our experience, it is quite complex work and a complex approach because before this monitoring, we made a lot of requests to the responsible authorities on the information concerning the schedule and the level of water discharge. Based on the results of this monitoring, it is proposed to introduce the practice of regular space surveying of the water area of the reservoir. Based on the results of the monitoring works, analysis of legislation, and the best practices and the practices of its enforcement, a number of problems were revealed, which we tried to solve by developing proposals for improving the legislation. For example, the most important to my mind is to determine the frequency of monitoring visual inspection of the monument according to Ukrainian legislation based on the developed risk group system for cultural heritage objects. The higher the risk, for example, of the destruction of the monument based on natural or human reasons, the more often such monitoring must be carried out. Because according to Ukrainian legislation, there is only one requirement to carry out such inspection at least once every 5 years. But as we have seen from the first monitoring, the monument is being destroyed on a systematic way every season. It is not admissible to carry out monitoring on the fragmented base. Also, we have different recommendations on the improvement on the laws, for example, on space activities, on the public procurement of remote sensing data and using this data as the evidence at national courts for the protection of archaeological heritage. And also we think that the results of our project could be of great interest for the protection and monitoring of the archaeological sites and heritage during the post-war period. Thank you so much for your attention.
That was fantastic. That was highly interesting. Thank you so much for sharing that. So I have a question right off the bat. So if that reservoir is constantly rising and then draining, how is that affecting artifact distribution? Like, are they being carried down, or how is that affecting kind of where you're finding objects?
Thank you so much for your question. Maybe my answer could not be so professional, because I was responsible for the legal part of our project. But as I have understood, that these processes, of changing the water levels, they may be, of course, they have a huge impact, of the archaeological objects. But according to our experience, we even have found another problem, that when their level of water is low, and such objects of archaeological heritage are on the surface, so these archaeological looters or some people can use this situation and destroying these important monuments. So we aimed at this problem. That there is even like a danger, when the level of water is lowering, and so some measures on protection of this archaeological sites should be done.
Understood. Thank you so much for that. So do we have any comments or questions from our audience? Okay. We have one. No. Okay. That was from earlier. Oops. So are you able to see that question that's popping up on the screen?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay.
Oh, thank you so much for this question. Frankly speaking, it's a pity, but we do not have information about the state of this object of archaeological heritage now. Because, for example, now there was no opportunity and to go directly on site and to make monitoring, to monitor it and to have a ground monitoring. But I think in the future, this space monitoring and using drones can help to do it in a distant way.
Excellent. And I guess I have a follow-up question. What punishments are there for archaeological looters in Ukraine? Like, are there laws protecting cultural heritage, or both at the provincial or national level?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. Maybe I could be wrong, but there are a criminal, if I'm not mistaken, there are a criminal responsibility. But the main problem in these cases, in cases of looters, is to prove this offense or this criminal. Because you have to take this looter from the place where he is digging or something else, and just to but practically it is very difficult. So the policemen have to catch this looter while he is searching with because just searching with a metal detector, it's not a criminal offense in itself. So that's why there are some practical aspects and difficulties in this.
I think I also can want to jump up with a question. Like, have you? Well, first of all, yes, thank you for the great report. And have you thought about the means to automate or automatize somehow the monitoring means to do it automatically?
Thank you so much for your question. Automatically, maybe because we were trying to focus on using remote sensing, drones and satellites. Maybe we were focused only on a systematic way, not on automatic, but more on a systematic way. That because now we have like a very fragmented system. It's not it's just not a holistic and complex approach to this system. Maybe it was the main aim, but I think it's a very good idea. However, maybe it's a technical reasons to think how it could be used to make it more automatic.
Yeah, I'm asking because for surface archaeology, it is more or less clear how to do this, but for underwater one, it would be like a huge advantage if you could automatize this, because underwater remote sensing is kind of a huge pain in the neck. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I think
I can comment on what Carlton asked just before, that actually the worst thing is the dynamics. So if the sea level or water level and the shape of the bed is changing, it actually affects badly the artifacts. For instance, if there are some shipwrecks or something like that, it might cause the situation when they need to be extracted immediately. And so that's yet another problem. Well, that's it.
Thank you so much. For clarification.
Thank you very much. And so, yeah, thank you again for joining us with this initiative. And meanwhile, I'm thanking you. Carlton can bring up the next speaker, yeah, and announce it.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us. That was fascinating. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and bring up our next speaker, and he looks familiar. There he is. How are you doing, Dmytro?
Hi. Nice to meet you, especially in this event, in these circumstances. Hi to everybody also, yeah, not only to Carlton, but I'm particularly pleased to see Carlton here.
Excellent. So at the bottom of your screen, Dmytro, you'll see a share button. So click that, and we can go ahead and get you started with your talk.
Yep. I should share slides or share screen?
Yes, slides.
Let's try. I have no slides. Let's try to share screen. Is it working?
Yes. So hold on. There we go.
Can I go full screen?
Yes, you can.
Is it working now?
Yes, it's working.
Okay. So I'm going to tell a story which is a bit macro historical story. It happened during millennia, and I believe is really important for our understanding who are we now, who are Europeans, and how this bunch of people gathered together several millennia ago. I'm going to talk about interaction between early farmers and foragers inhabiting Europe. Early farming, as everybody knew, appeared in the Near East. But Europe during this time was one big, huge forest. At the beginning of Holocene, modern geological epoch we are living in, massive forestation event occurred in Europe. As you can see on the map below, most of the Europe was covered with closed forest. At first coniferous, then broadleaves. But anyway, when we are talking about people living in Europe in Holocene, the last 10,000 years, we are mostly talking about people living in forest or nearby the forest. These forests were inhabited by foragers, by people making their living from fishing, hunting, or gathering, from extractive activities, not from productive farming and herding like we do mostly now, most of humanity now depend on either on farming or herding, and not on fishing, hunting, and gathering, which are funny hobbies for most of the people. So these populations inhabited Europe, and then our story begins when early farmers started to arrive. But before taking a closer look at the process, I propose to treat several philosophical remarks. First of all, you cannot be a part-time farmer. You cannot be, at least in the Neolithic, you cannot farm for a short period of time and then go hunting. Farming takes all of you. In order to be early farmer, you need to conduct Neolithic way of life, not just doing some farming time after time. The life of the farmers is not better than the life of foragers. They have no evolutionary benefits above foragers. They are not two steps on the scale of progress, farming and foraging. Rather, I would speak about road crossing, where you can choose the way for yourself and your descendants. And humanity made this choice. And descendants, you and me, are still experiencing effects of this choice made in Neolithic. I remember reading a book of Silence about a lot of free time for foragers, and I understand now that my 8 hours working day is a result of this choice which humanity made somewhere in Neolithic. Neolithic way of life appeared in a single center and later on spread around Europe and Near East. At the beginning, somewhere around this circle, there was a fertile crescent territory 11-12 millennia ago. Farming appeared in the landscapes which are not looking very much fertile now, but you know, climate and conditions, landscape changed, and it was really fertile when Neolithic way of life was established there. So the main components of Neolithic way of life are farming, and archaeologists know about whether the people we are studying did some farming, mostly by doing flotation, by washing out sediments on a sieves, like is shown in the photos, to see organic remains got up in the water, in the turbulent water. And then specialists, mostly archaeobotanists, can define from which plant this particular piece came, and we are able to identify these plants. We did this in our sites, and we got one of the earliest direct dated pieces of domesticated plants, wheat and barley, in Kamienny Zawalya site of linear band ceramic, dated roughly to 5200, 5000 BC. Herding is a bit easier to attest because bones are usually better recovered. They are big. There are some soils which are very bad for preserving organic materials, and these sites don't have bones. This is a problem especially in the north of Ukraine, in so-called Polissy region. But in our central Ukraine, in our forest steppe, preservation is usually really good, and you can see scatters of bone from our excavations. Some of these bones belong to domestic cattle, domestic pig and domestic sheep, and are among the earliest securely studied, securely fixed domestic bones for Ukrainian territory, bones of domestic animals, I'm sorry. Another feature of Neolithic way of life are substantial houses, like this long house typical for linear pottery culture, made of wooden frame covered with clay daub. And what remains of these houses usually are post holes, rows of post holes, patterns of post holes, which can be seen in archaeological excavations by systematical horizontal cleaning. And in such a way, we are able to attest the existence of these quite substantial structures. Another feature of Neolithic way of life are ceramic wares. It works for quite a lot of regions on Earth, but in Ukraine, it seems that the first who got pottery, who got ceramic containers of burnt clay, were exactly foragers. And early farmers came to communicate with already with foraging groups equipped with pottery. Early farmers lived in villages, and their settlements were permanent, lasted more than 1 year, full year cycle. They consisted of these houses. There are several reconstructions of Neolithic villages. This is
Hey, Dmytro, real quick, your slides are not changing.
Is it okay?
Yes, there we go. Now, yeah, okay, sweet. They're moving now. Perfect.
Let's try right now. Is it okay?
Yep, it's the slide says living in a village.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So there are several reconstruction of villages. This is Turkey village, then a Neolithic village from Greece, and you can see that, and finally mega site, so-called, which you have heard about several hours ago from Mykhailo Videiko. Huge settlements covering several hundreds of hectares, also left by early farmers in Ukraine. Another feature of Neolithic way of life is logistics. When you live constantly on a single place, you can spend some more time on getting products, raw materials, which are not immediately available in the vicinity of the site where you are living. You can create structures, a specialized team or exchange networks, which provide you with this raw material. And really, early farming sites are usually marked by best available raw material in the distance of several hundred of kilometers. Foragers, they usually supplied their needs with materials immediately available under their feet. They had for sure some horizon of planning. They moved a lot. They have a possibility to reach to better outcrops, but as a rule, they used outcrops immediately available near the site. The closer, the better, which is absolutely not the case for early farming. And sometimes you can date, you can say whether this site is Neolithic or is it a forager's site just by looking at the raw materials represented. For example, this nice silicite you can see in the picture comes from northwestern Ukraine, from Volhynia. It came to central Ukraine where I did my work. And it's easily distinguishable in most cases, 90% of cases, from local silicites. Surely this opinion is not scientific, because to do scientific analysis, we need to invite specialists, petrographers, and so on. But on the level of first glimpse, whether to know with which site we are dealing, this rule works perfectly. These Neolithic groups, these early farmers, they had a particular social unity, manifested via some material goods. Archaeologists can work only with things, and social unity are poorly preserved in material record. But some symbolic artifacts like this Schuleistenkeil, shoe last edzes, from linear band ceramic indicate a certain social structure behind these early farming groups. Quite probably, we are talking also about religious unity. It may be not a single religion, but a complex of related religions, evidenced by multiple finds of clay figurines, which look really similar from any early farming culture. So if we take a look at the map, we can see that early farming appears in this fertile crescent, then it moves to Anatolia, Cyprus, and Crete. It enters Greece and spread in two ways: maritime way along Mediterranean coast and terrestrial way along Danube and its tributaries to Central Europe, and then enters territory of modern-day Ukraine, somewhere in 6th millennium BC. Ukraine is a territory where two worlds collided. World of early farmers and world of hunter-gatherers. This red line, which crosses Ukrainian territory, is a pure convention. It's not the true. Its situation was much more complex. Early farmers, to establish their settlements, needed to clear land to create cultural landscape. So in fact, we need to think about mosaic of cultural landscapes, of these patches of cleaned land with houses, pastures, and fields surrounded by forests. And forests were territory of foragers, of hunter-gatherers. So it's not a surprise that this frontier-like situation of interaction between two very different culturally groups of people can be traced almost in all territory of Ukraine, even if it's quite far away from the easternmost, northernmost, southernmost settlements of early farmers. So what were the differences between early farming populations and hunter-gatherers? First of all, now we know that they differed drastically by genetic ancestry. Early farmers belong to one genetic complex called early farmings, and hunter-gatherers in Ukraine mostly belong to Eastern hunter-gatherers genetic complex. There are also Western hunter-gatherers existing in Europe and interacting in Europe with early farming population. But in Ukraine, we are mostly speaking about Eastern hunter-gatherers. Instead of constant settlements of early farmers, hunter-gatherers had temporal encampments. Sometimes a kind of dwelling structure can be reconstructed from not evident hidden pattern of material. Usually we are speaking about scatter of some lithics and some bones with some pots crashed on the spot. Remained where they were. For example, this reconstruction by Olha Demchenko of fisherman site in Dnipro Rapids, you can see three very non-substantial structure, a fireplace, and people carrying out some activities around it. Early farmers settle and hunter-gatherers move around quite a lot. Burials are also quite different. If hunter-gatherers, I'm sorry, can you see my presentation? If hunter-gatherers buried the dead in a supine position, for early farmers, crouched on the side position of burial is really typical. And burials of both types were found in present-day Ukrainian territory. Pottery is also very different. If pots of early farming have flat bottom, quite often pots of hunter-gatherers have pointed or rounded bottom, which means that they were carried and or dug into soil. They were not put on the stable, firm surfaces. Even according to me, more importantly, pottery of early farmers often comes in two varieties: kitchenware crude pottery and fineware pottery for eating tableware. Instead, pottery of hunter-gatherers had a single variety, so people were cooking and eating from the same pot. Taking into account the amount of pots, it's highly unlikely that they were personal pots. Most likely, a group of people ate from the same vessel. Networks of contacts, when we try to reconstruct them by imports, clearly imported goods, like, for example, obsidians, which can come from Caucasia, or they can come from Carpathians in the territory of modern-day Ukraine, also clearly divide the territory of Ukraine into two zones. Western zone related to Carpathian obsidian and settlements of early farmers, and the east zone related to Caucasian varieties of obsidians and hunter-gatherers encampments. Religious beliefs are also likely to be different. Here are some examples of figurines and decorations of early farmers, as opposed to quite different decorations and artwork of ceramic hunter-gatherers. It is quite probable that these social groups of early farmers, it's not a single group, early farming group, many societies of early farmers, many societies of a single type, and many societies of another type, societies of hunter-gatherers. Quite probable that these social types were clearly different. Let's imagine early colonization of Americas and conquistadors coming from Europe and encountering quite complex but absolutely different societal systems in the New World. Something similar happened here, that we do not we are not able to judge who was more complex, but we can be sure that they were very different in a social sense, that the waves of life of these two different groups of people differed so much that they cannot be managed in the same social by the same social structures. And the main questions of my report, main question of my presentation is how they interacted. Did so-called acculturation happen? Progressive early farmers have shown benefits of their life to foragers, and foragers became convinced that it's better to farm and let herds to pasture. I believe not. I believe it's not the case. At least we do not know any actually acculturated societies which would be early farming society in economical sense and hunter-gatherer society in genetical sense. These societies just do not exist. Maybe till now. Maybe some later societies like Srednji Stok Neolithic culture will appear to be such a society. But we need additional research, additional proofs. In the early Neolithics, in the 6th, 5th millennium BC, it's not the case. Such an interaction never has happened. So what kind of interaction we can attest by archaeological data? We can speak about direct penetration of early farmers in the areas commonly settled by hunter-gatherers. Quite often, these sites of early farmers had some features of hunter-gatherers' way of life. Simpler structures, a lot of bones of wild animals. So what we see in front of us in these simplified sites, are we talking about the first downshifters, people who are tired of difficult social life in the early farming communities and who tried to escape to forests and riverbanks and live independent life independent from society? Or are we seeing typical frontiers people, early farming interacting, moving the line of early farming colonization further into hunter-gatherers terrain? I believe both, and in different, these options are not contradicting each other, in fact. And in different historical situations, and we are talking about 2,000 years, more or less, so there was quite a lot of historical situations. Different components could prevail. Obviously, we can speak about exchange, not such a great scale exchange like Columbian exchange, but quite a notable share of exchange of ideas, goods, things, and people also. There are some burials of genetic early farmers in the hunter-gatherers cemeteries. And there are some percentages, small percentages of hunter-gatherers genetic traces into genomes of early farmers of a bit later time of 4th millennium BC. So exchange really did happen. We can talk that early farmers have imposed their cultural standards onto some late hunter-gatherers population, like mentioned before, Srednji Stok culture. Hunter-gatherers accepted the values, the social symbolics of early farmers at a certain stage of development. So, where are we instead of conclusion? Foraging way of life is a separate path of humankind development. It disappeared not due to its sloppiness or some benefits of new way of life. Rather, history was cruel and unfair to the last foragers. Foragers left their genetic fingerprint in the modern Europeans, but quite a small fingerprint, in fact. And Ukraine, territory of Ukraine, was, and as you can see, is the place where worlds met for thousands. So please donate now, help Simon and his team to save unique cultural heritage of Ukraine by digitization of it with help of your donations. Thank you for attention.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, Demo. So do we have any questions from our audience? Anybody at all? No. All right. Okay, so it doesn't look like we have any questions, but I guess I have one for you, Demo. Do you see any archaeological analogies with what you're seeing in Ukraine elsewhere, like in Africa, Asia, or the US?
Yep, US is a perfect analogy. It's a frontier situation, and it was classically described there, and it's pretty much analogous. And we can see that arrival of farming population of European colonists has changed the ways of life local foragers conducted in a dramatic and not always predictable way. For example, introduction of horse, changed the ways of hunting, and fur trade also influenced heavily the way hunting was conducted, the way people were doing their subsistence activities. And we can expect something similar in Ukraine in 6th and 5th millennium BC.
Excellent. Well, awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Demo, and everyone, please, remember to donate for this cause. We need this scanner in order to help preserve Ukrainian cultural heritage with the ongoing war with Russia. So, Demo, thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and bring
Many thanks.
Absolutely. We're going to go ahead and bring up our next speaker. Excellent. All right. Thank you so much for joining us today. How are you?
Hello, I'm very well, thank you.
Excellent. All right, so at the bottom of your screen, you should see a share button next in between invite and settings. If you go ahead and click that, and make sure to click on your slides.
Yes, I will try to.
Excellent.
It's okay.
Perfect. Yep, it looks good. We can hear you. You can go ahead and please introduce yourself, and let's get started.
Yes, so good night, everybody. I'm very happy to be invited in your circle. I am Jana Maříková. I'm from Prague Castle. I'm head of archaeological research of Prague Castle. And maybe it's okay. Do you see it? We can continue.
Yep, we can see it. We're good to go.
Yes, I know it. So allow me to dedicate this contribution not only to today's Ukraine, but also to Ukrainian archaeologist Ivan Vorkovsky, who was the most important archaeologist of Prague Castle in the 20th century. He came to Czechoslovakia in 1921, and beside his archaeological work, he still worked for his mother country, which he never forgot. Even if due to political circumstances, he did not visit her until his death in 1976. I would like to present you archaeological areas of Prague Castle, so I will change, the theme of contribution. At Prague Castle, archaeological excavations have been conducted since the second half of 19th century. Everything started with the completion of St. Vitus Cathedral. In the construction pits, the architect Josef Mocker came across the predecessors of the Gothic building. The year 1918 marks a turning point as Prague Castle became the seat of the first president of Czechoslovakia. Since the 19th century, the site was viewed as the seat of the first Bohemian dukes and kings from the Přemysl family, which had ruled Bohemia from the 10th to the 14th century, when it was replaced by the House of Luxembourg. The mother of the famous Holy Roman Emperor Charles IV, however, was from the Přemysl family. At the same time, Prague Castle was the seat of the first church institutions and the first, perhaps, of an archpresbyter, only then of the bishoprics, the chapter, the first Benedictine monastery, and of the archbishoprics. The glorious history of Prague Castle played an important role in the emancipation of the Czechs in the 19th century, and it was therefore logical to continue this tradition in the 1918. During the First Republic, mainly in the 20s, a lot of money and experience was invested into the creation of the space under the Third Courtyard and St. Vitus Cathedral. New archaeological areas were created in the 50s and 60s, when Czechoslovakia was redefined with the aim to unite from the Western culture and history and to integrate its cultural identity in the countries of the Eastern Bloc. The official interest of the history of the castle led to extraordinary investments into the research and helped to create the archaeological areas which we are taking care of today. Since the 19th or 20th century, many conservation projects were dedicated to the area under the Third Courtyard and St. Vitus Cathedral. Currently, in the course of two larger projects, we aim to map all archaeological layers, to assess the state of their preservation, and to set an effective monitoring of the microclimate and degradation of the remains, and also to offer its a subject for interdisciplinary collaboration. Let us now take a look at where at Prague Castle can you climb into the hole and get to know the remains of pre-Romanesque, Romanesque, Gothic, and Renaissance architecture. See various phases of the fortification or preserved historical layers. I must excuse for the description in the map in Czech. Sorry for it. We start in the west. The first pass from the fourth to the second courtyard of the castle, and on the left in this place you can see later Romanesque phase of the Chapel of the Virgin Mary, which belongs to the first Christian area of the Hradčany spur and stems from the second half of the 9th century. At the place of today's Gothic and Neo-Gothic Cathedral of St. Vitus, two archaeological areas were successively created. In the surroundings of the tombs of the first Bohemian kings, a crypt was erected and containing the remains of the pre-Romanesque rotunda, the Romanesque basilica, and the Romanesque and Gothic cloister, which belonged to the chapter of St. Vitus. South of the Neo-Gothic southern aisle, a canopy covers the remains of the western part of the Romanesque basilica of St. Maurice Chapel, which belonged to the Bishop Palace. The area under a third courtyard is situated south of the cathedral and represents the largest and most diverse of all areas, and therefore it is also the most complicated to manage. For the east, a group rooms is to be found. They are connected with the various phases of the research of the old royal palace. Under today's Gothic convent of St. George, you can find the remains of the Romanesque monastery, and under the St. George Basilica, the remains of walls of the first building phases. So much to the larger areas. Apart to this, we also have to take care about the smaller areas, which are mostly connected with the fortification. The small area under the sacristy of All Saint Church contains a fragment of medieval dwellings. This place. Now let's take a closer look at the archaeological areas which are connected with the history of St. Vitus Cathedral. As I already mentioned, the archaeological excavation started in the second half of 19th century. Our foreigners gradually uncovered the remains of the Romanesque Basilica and the chapter house with cloister, the Romanesque Rotunda, and the west, the adjacent chapel of St. Maurice, which belonged to the Bishop Palace. Here we can see two plans of the uncovered predecessors of the Gothic Cathedral, the western parts of the Basilica, which was excavated by Joseph Mocker, an overall view of the walls found by Kamil Hilbert from 1929. The second plan clearly shows how the excavation proceeded. As a play of fate, the first remains were found in the northwestern cloister corner in 1876. At this time, nobody had any idea of what the Romanesque Basilica could have looked like, and there originally was a monastery, and so experts and amateurs started to discuss the ethnic affiliation of this architecture, whether it was Czech or German. Not even the next find shed light on the matter. In 1877, the western crypt of the Basilica was discovered. At the time, however, nobody in Prague thought of a church with two apses. So the idea turned up that there had been a circular Romanesque chapel, for example, of St. Thomas. And it was not until 92 when Bishop Podlaha for the first uttered the hypothesis of a western choir and crypt. In 1899, Kamil Hilbert took over the construction work and research. He extended Mocker's excavations, and still, therefore, World War I, he was able to reveal the transept, the chapel below the tower of St. Thomas Chapel, and sacristy. On this part. Later, in 1910 and 11, he made the most important discovery under the stone tiles of St. Wenceslas Chapel. He found the remains of the Romanesque and pre-Romanesque chapel of St. Wenceslas, and thus proved the assumption that since the 10th century, the grave of St. Wenceslas, the main patron of Czech lands, has not changed its place, that only the architecture above its change. World War I interrupted the work, and Kamil Hilbert was able to revisit the excavation only in 1927. In 2 years, he finished the research of the surroundings of the royal tomb, discovered the southern wing of the cloister, the crypt of St. Cosmas and Damian, and the crypt of St. Gaudentius. At the time, the reconstruction of the third courtyard was about to be finished. Oh, please, sorry. At the time the reconstruction of the third courtyard was about to be finished, we are not sure what was exactly idea it was, whether Kamil Hilbert was inspired by the Society for the Completion of the Cathedral or the other way around, but it was decided to protect and preserve this important site, which is connected with the Czech cultural identity and with the first patron saints of the country, and construct a concrete slab above the excavation in the third courtyard, which would be accessible. The whole northern part of the crypt, the transept, and the northern part of the nave with a single aisle chapel, of which we today know that is what dedicated to St. Thomas, had to make place for the foundation of the neo-Gothic southern aisle in this part. The southern part is preserved under the canopy designed by the Josef Plečnik. In this image, you can see the excavation records is accessible part of the pre-Romanesque Rotunda and Romanesque Basilica in these days. And also for your imagination, this is a reconstruction of the cathedral area as might have looked in around 1400. And this is the etaps, the phase of the archaeological excavation from the 19th century to the 1929-28. This is what the excavation records of St. Vitus Cathedral looked before the World War I, specifically from the excavation of St. Martin's crypt. In the Western Apse, the excavation in the interior of St. Wenceslas Chapel, and St. Thomas Chapel. In the 20s, the excavation in the interior and the surroundings of the royal tomb continued. The remains of the crypt of Saints Cosmas and Damian and St. Gaudentius, as well as the fragments of the cloister, were discovered. Apart from photos and plans, also peculiar drawings by Fix Margot, the architect of collaborator, have been preserved. I think this one. Now, so this is placed. Okay. Now we come to excavation in the southern part of the third courtyard. The excavation started in the 20s, at first under the supervision of Karel Fiala. So it is the third courtyard. Some words should be said on the social and political situation at the time. We have to be aware that at the release from the mid-19th century, the time of the so-called national revival, Prague Castle, deserted by the last Habsburg, started to regain its glory. The first generation of Czech historians established and stressed the glory of Bohemia in the Middle Ages, the might and strength in the first Bohemian dukes and kings. Hand in hand goes the admiration of Prague Castle as their seat. It was this moment which stood at the beginning of the aim to rebuild and complete St. Vitus Cathedral. Excavations were carried out in the interior of the cathedral, in the course of which not only the previous building were found, but it's important also the original grave of St. Wenceslas. Patron saint of Czechans has gravely enriched symbolism of Prague Castle. It's only logical that after the foundation of Czechoslovakia in 1918, Prague Castle became the seat of the first president, which still today, to fit this purpose, it had to be renovated and rebuilt. Construction started immediately after the proclamation of the new republic. Of the first necessary steps was to install a new sewer system by which architect Karel Fiala stumbled upon the remains of Romanec walls. He conducted the research by himself until 1925, when it came to an agreement between the Lubor Niederle, the director of the State Institute of Archaeology, and the presidential office. At the Prague Castle Archaeological Committee commenced operation. Under the supervision of the State Institute of the Archaeology, many young archaeologists were entrusted with the excavation, who later became the leading Czech archaeology. Most important among them was Ivan Borkovský. He became the head of the excavation in spring 1928. Similarly to the excavation in the cathedral, a lot of material from the documentation of the third courtyard is preserved. Apart from this, Ivan Borkovský is famous for having taken large samples, like this one. Whole graves were taken out from the earth, square meters of pavements, whole log cabins, or he had plasters cast made of the earthwork. Before tiling the whole surface of the third courtyard dug out, the results were surprising. Really, the remains of a Romanesque church, This hallway came to light, as well as some Romanesque and Gothic houses, various construction phases of the earthwork, and the Romanesque stone fortification wall, an abandoned wing of the old royal palace, and other things. Still in the course of the research, it was decided that the most important finds should be covered with a concrete slab, and the whole area would be part of the sightseeing tour of the old royal palace. Work started on the eastern side with bricked crypt for the found Romanesque church. Later it was enlarged to the west up the face of central wing. The concrete pillars were erected in the square grid. The main bearing pillars stand on the rock or subsoils. Many others were erected on historical walls. This area requires the most care, since apart from the historical stone walls, there are also early medieval wooden constructions with specific microclimatic requirements and problems. An assemblage of archaeological areas is connected with the building history of the old royal palace. These include the Romanesque floor of the building and the rooms under the northern and southern court. It developed gradually in the course of the reconstruction for the building. After World War II, the North Palace court was finished. A slab is of reinforced concrete above the remains, actually very similar to the one in the south courtyard, was erected after the end of the war between 1948 and 1950. In the 60s, minor research was carried out in the course of installing stable exhibition. After the World War II, which had partially halted the field work, a new phase of construction activities and connected excavation started. After 1948, the castle was to become the seat of the residence of workers, and later a space for the workers and their children. This was connected with renovations, which again necessitated archaeological excavation. The renewed republic, this time under the communist rule, again made use of the history of Prague Castle in creating its own identity and justification. However, contrary to the 20s, there was an important shift. While the experts of the First Republic still followed Strykovsky Orient or the Rome scheme, comparing into the Frankish and Italian models, after 1948, we can also here see a departure to the east. In the 1949 and 50, Ivan Borkovsky achieved a major success. He found the long south Church of the Virgin Mary. It was a major discovery not only for medieval archaeology but also for the newly established historical narrative of the post-war Czechoslovakia. According to the then accepted interpretation, the first church at Prague Castle was founded by the Duke Bořivoj after his return from Moravia, where he had been baptized. It was therefore decided that this monument is to be preserved under the floor of the established picture gallery of the Prague Castle. A larger archaeological area and two small isolated underground rooms are to be found in the complex of the Basilica and Convent of St. George. The larger area can be accessed under the slab of the cloister and the convent parts of the underground of St. Anne Chapel. Originally, it was a chapel of Virgin Mary. Can be accessed as well. The remains of the older building face of the pre-Romanesque church are preserved in a smaller room in the center of the main aisle of the basilica. The area was created in the course of the reconstruction of the basilica and the convent and the end of the 50s and the 60s. Some of the alterations touched the basilica At that time, the convent was a desolate state, and so often in its history. The facilities were used by the military and the castle guards and fell into disrepair. The reconstruction was based on a project by František Zuber and Josef Pilař. The archaeological excavation took place in 1959 to 1963, and the whole surface of the basilica interior was unearthed. The Chapel of the Virgin Mary and the cloister minor excavation were undertaken in other area of the convent. The aim to preserve and make accessible parts of the uncovered finds to the public made only use of the similar experience with already existing heritage areas of Prague Castle. The assemblage of architectural remains under the slab in the whole area of the cloister has remained accessible. You can see the remains of the Romanex building face of the convent, consisting of the western and northern wings of the cloister with preserved floors. The construction consists of drilled pillars and regular grid. The drilling had started in 1963. Still in 1972 and 73, the static and conservation work in the unearthed remains of historical walls was ongoing. The basic maintenance consisted rather of overseeing the drainage of the yard and ventilation. Since its creation, there have been no larger intervention in the conservation regime, and we have no records of ongoing regular monitoring of diagnostic. Compared to the third courtyard, the area has not been subject to large climatic differences, although because of the restricted number of visitors. The underground of St. Anne Chapel has not been visited for almost 50 years. In the last years, we have initiated a systematic maintenance of the areas. Apart from studying the degradation of the preserved remains, diagnosing their state, setting up and monitoring and improving the heritage care, we also started to study the circumstances of the foundation of these areas. Actually, there is a thing of all of these areas have a common. Degradation is connected with our statehood. After the World War I, it was Czechoslovakia. After the World War II, a republic that reoriented towards the new left-wing ideas. In both periods, we can feel the need to root the new state in the steps deep past. The First Republic tried to go back to the Middle Ages before the Habsburgs and tried to find proof of luxurious past under the house of the Přemyslit and Luxemburgs. After World War II, the concept of Great Moravia, the mission of Cyril Methodius in Moravia, and the stress of Slav culture was greatest importance. Another thing the areas have in common is the often perfect and interesting technical solution proposed by important architects such as Josef Plečník, Pavel Janák, František Zuber, and others. For the whole time, they were cooperating with Bedřich Hacar, a specialist on reinforced concrete, and with archaeologist Ivan Borkovský, who was able to explain the importance of the found monuments and collaborated in such a way as to finish the project. There is, however, one thing that distinguished two groups of areas. The ones from the First Republic were designed for the public and connected with the sightseeing tours, which means the excavation belonging to the Cathedral St. Vitus or the third courtyard. On the contrary, the area of the Church of Virgin Mary and St. George Monastery were intended for only some experts who were allowed to interpret the results. It was the presidential office who admitted the entrance and voluntarily decided or not admitting. Later in the 70s and 80s, the area was almost forgotten. It was only thanks to the archival studies when we began to discover how great work is not only in the field of archaeological research and monument care, but also in the field of architectural construction, technological performance, and how enormous symbolism is hidden in them. So, thank you very much. It was my contribution.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. That was fascinating. Do we have any questions from our audience members? Let's see. All right. None at the moment. Do we have any? Let me check YouTube real quick. Doesn't seem like we have any questions there. Okay.
So thank you very much, and Slava Ukraini.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, everyone, if you're just joining us, so the purpose of this live stream is to solicit donations for a 3D handheld scanner. The purpose of this is to be able to quickly scan objects of cultural patrimony within Ukraine that are on the front lines or that need to be saved, right? We see this all across the globe during times of great conflict in which antiquities are not only destroyed, but also usually heavily looted and sold on the black market. A really great example of this is the Baghdad Museum during the American invasion of 2003, in which was completely cleaned out within a matter of hours after the invasion of Baghdad. So with that, let's go ahead and bring in our next guest. Excellent. How are you doing this afternoon?
Hi, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Excellent.
Hi,
Well, thank
Carlton.
you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. So you can go ahead at the bottom of your screen. There's a little share button. If you can click that and then click on your slides, we can go ahead and get you started.
Okay, maybe before I do that, I'll just introduce myself briefly.
Absolutely.
And I will then try to see if my share button works. My name is Marko Stech. I'm very happy to greet you from Toronto, Canada. I am director of the Scholarly Publications Program of the Canadian Institute of Ukrainian Studies. And although I specialize in 20th century, I'm a literary scholar, I do have a very extensive interest and expertise in Ukrainian culture of all ages. And I would like to talk to you today about some of the most ancient artifacts, especially cultural artifacts that were found in Ukraine. Some of them have really tremendous universal significance for world culture. And this I will do on the basis of one archaeological site. It is a Mizin archaeological site located in northeastern Ukraine. By the way, I will assume that those of you who listen to today, and maybe those of you who will listen at some future point to this recording, are not specialists in Ukrainian archaeology, in Ukrainian history, and maybe archaeology in general, although some of you may be. So I will be trying to present things a little bit more basically in a sense that provide some basic information that may not be known to just a lay person. So this very particular one of several important Paleolithic period archaeological sites in Ukraine is very particular in the sense that it really had an impact on some of the thinking about the Paleolithic culture and Paleolithic society in general, not only in Ukraine, but in the world in general. Paleolithic, as I'm sure most of you know, is the most ancient period of culture and history of the humankind, not only of the Homo sapiens sapiens that we are, but also the earlier types, Neanderthals and Homo erectus and so on. It starts from the very depths of prehistory and runs up until sometime of 10,000 BC, more or less, in Europe. When it switches to sort of Mesolithic period after a series of great climatic changes, which were quite revolutionary, which caused major changes in Europe. And some of you at least may be familiar with the classic work on the history of mythology by Joseph Campbell, the eminent American specialist in mythology. This is what I have in mind is his 4-volume edition of Masks of God, and the first volume of it was Primitive Mythology. And in this primitive mythology, while dealing with Paleolithic period, Joseph Campbell was so fascinated with the artifacts exactly from this particular Mysian archaeological site that he was ready to designate Ukraine, specifically Ukraine, as what he called the mythogenetic zone of the mythology of naked goddess. If, for those of you who don't know, there were two major, main sort of almost only trends in the mythological, cultural, cult culture of the Paleolithic period, roughly from 40,000 BC to 10,000 BC, throughout Europe and actually throughout Eurasia. And one was associated with the paintings of animals in caves. We all know them. We all know those paintings from south of France or north of Spain, but there are actually much more of them. There are very interesting cave paintings in Romania. They are going as far as Siberia and so on. And so this was this one animalistic type of art, including sometimes shamans dressed as animals. And then the other trend, extremely important trend, was the one of naked goddess. They were called Venuses, and I'm not exactly sure if this is the right name for them. They are much more than just simply Venus type of symbols. And Joseph Campbell, based on these few things that I will show you later, considered that Ukraine was the mythogenetic zone, meaning the place where actually the entire mythology of the naked goddess began. Today, he did this in 1950s, 1960s. Today, after many new discoveries, especially from Germany, southern Germany, he would probably not risk such a statement. He would probably think about Central Europe, including maybe a little bit of Ukraine, as this mythogenetic zone. But in any case, he was so impressed by the artifacts from that particular site. I will now try to share my screen. I will see if I can. Okay. Now, okay. Can you see it? Could I get some
yes, we can see it.
You can see it. Okay, great.
Perfect.
So I will sort of start with just general introduction. So Mysian archaeological site is in Chernihiv region in northeastern Ukraine. The dating is still quite debatable. There is, if you go to Wikipedia, the Ukrainian Wikipedia, you will find the date 18,000 BC. This is a little bit exaggerated in my view. It's somewhere in between 16,000 and 13,000 BC, as as far as we can say. And I will give you the map of Ukraine. Can you see the changing of the slides? I just want to make sure.
Yes, yes, we can.
Good. So the map is in Ukrainian, but I think that you will sort of see the general shape of Ukraine. Those of you who actually know geography of Ukraine will be a little bit surprised. You will find that the shapes of the land mass are quite different than there are today. Well, maybe not quite different, but a little bit different. Especially the Black Sea, which is there on the bottom. It's not what it is today. You will see that Crimea doesn't look the way Crimea looks, that there is no Sea of Azov at all. It is all because everything is shifted here considerably south of today's shore of the Black Sea. And this is because we are still in the glacial period, and much of the world's north is covered by glacier. Because of that, much of the water that will later become released from these and will actually fill out much of that space is still locked in the glacier. Mizen is right there. If you can see my pointer there, it's and when you see the north, the sort of the border of today's Ukraine, which is in sort of pink interrupted line, you will see that it is quite close to the border with Russia. In fact, this area was briefly occupied in March 2022 and in February 2022. And this was one of these phenomenal, heroic places where people themselves, the local territorial defense, without army, because there was not really no Ukrainian army in that region, actually repelled the enemy, repelled the professional Russian army. And this is the Chernihiv and Sumy region where people showed just phenomenal bravery. So there's probably something in the genes since that time still, because as you will see, there was a very special place there before as well. I will look to show you what the area looks like. It's quite enchanting. It's a beauty. It's now a national park. This is the general area of around Mizen. This is actually the hamlet of Mizen. You can see the homes there. The river that you see, it's the river Desna, one of the very picturesque rivers of Ukraine. Those of you who know a little bit of Ukrainian culture or who know world cinema would probably know the name of this river as Enchanted Desna, because Oksana Lifantii, one of the leading film directors of the early cinema of the world, early cinema in the world, wrote his sort of a novel under that name. He came from that area, and he also unfortunately never finished the film that he was planning to do. His wife finished this film, but it was not what Oksana Lifantii would have done with it. So this is how the area looks today. It looked completely different at the time that we are talking about. It was a frozen tundra right on the verge of the glacier. It was a place where large groups of mammoths thrived, and this was exactly the kind of place where mammoths would thrive, and this is why many of these settlements were in this very area, very close to the glacier. But I will still tell you a little bit about this later. I will now tell you a little bit about the history of discovery of this site. It was actually in 1907, and not 1908 that you see on the screen, that one Cossack living in this village of Mizan, started to dig a sort of hole for, he wanted to dig a sort of well, a kind of storage space for food, and he found very large bones. He alerted people in his zemstvo, that was the sort of administrative unit that was known at that time, and they passed on the information to Kiev, and Fedir Vovk, the guy here on top, one of the leading Ukrainian anthropologists of his time and in general of early Ukrainian science, was the first person in 1908 who came to investigate the site. In 1912, he had an extremely important presentation in Switzerland to the World sort of Archaeological Forum, in which he presented the findings from this. And this is how Mizan actually became very well known among the specialists. It's still not very well known among the general public. The second person that you have that you see, Levko Chikalenko. This was a graduate student of Vovk. He was also the first person who came with him to study. He studied it on a number of excavations, and I will still get back to him because he played a very important role in the future of this study, no longer in Ukraine, but in the diaspora. He lived in the United States. But what I wanted to tell you about him also, those of you who followed a little bit Ukrainian politics and know about the changing of street names in Kyiv in recent times, from the communist to the national sort of pantheon of heroes, know that now there is a Yevhen Chikalenko's street, one of the main streets in Kyiv. So this is the father. Levko Chikalenko is the son of Yevhen. Yevhen Chikalenko, one of the leading activists and at the same time very wealthy industrialist of Ukraine at the time and philanthropist. Okay, so this is the sort of the old photo of the mess that was found in this site. Now, what was that mess? It was actually what we can consider right now the earliest known reconstructable sort of architectural monuments in human history. As you can imagine, people used to live in caves, and you cannot call it architecture. People were building all sorts of temporary shelters from wood and skins of animals, but these did not survive at all the time. These very specific structures built out of the mammoth bones and wood, of course, and skins, of course, are the earliest examples of architecture that we can actually reconstruct. There are a number of them in Ukraine. Actually, Ukraine is the center of these, because the only way to build this, see, this kind of architecture, this kind of one single unit, one single dwelling, takes the bones of approximately 70 animals. In order to hunt 70 huge mammoths, gather the bones, you would have to, the people there would have to stay there for years before they would actually be able to build such a thing. So the only way how these things were built, it is because these Ukrainian and partially South, also there are some in South Russia, and there is also one or two examples in Central Europe, in what is today Czech Republic. These were the places where there used to be what we call mammoth cemeteries. It means that it was a place towards which mammoths, for some reason, were going before they were to die, and were dying there. So there were mass accumulation of bones. There was also in instances of constant frost of the glacial period, the meat of the dead animals stayed preserved for quite some time. So actually, it's such a cemetery served also as, you know, an emergency supply of food if necessary. It's likely something like this that the settlement looked. Actually, in Mizin there were five dwellings that we know of so far. And here there are three sort of presented in the imagination of the artist who did them. So, but in any case, this already is an extremely important aspect of this particular site. And there are other sites in Ukraine, especially Mezherich, Hinci, in Poltava region, Dobranichurka, that also have even sometimes more, especially Hinci has a very, it's probably the most urban center of that time in Ukraine, of that Paleolithic time. Now, this is one of the findings that both Vok and Chikalenko found in 1908, or maybe a little later, but during their early excavations. It's, if you see, you see on the one hand side, this is from the tusk of a mammoth, bent in a very, very unusual way, and then extremely precisely carved into a Greek key or meander. This is the very first meander pattern found anywhere in the world, absolutely anywhere in the world. For a long time, people thought that this meander pattern, which was the main decorative pattern of the ancient Greek society, was developed in ancient Greece, meaning roughly 10,000 years later. Nothing like this has been found anywhere in the time-space continuum that is comparable to this. And I will just tell you how precise that is. For one, there was a Russian Soviet archaeologist Frolov, who in the 1970s did some mathematical calculations of this, and we are seeing this here. And he claims, by far not everybody agrees with it, that this is actually the first known calendar, that the meander recreates exactly the 360 solar year, the 360-day solar year, and the zigzags that are in the meantime in between meanders are reflecting the 10 lunar months, and that this was used for all sorts of things, and for planning, for hunting, for planning, for fishing, and so on. As you know, calendar is an extremely important thing in any community that depends on natural resources for survival. But there is something even more. Actually, there is, and for all of this Frolov guy also said that the next one, there is another bracelet from Mizin found. It has 5 separate parts, but it also has this zigzag form, which, according to Frolov, exactly replicates the 10 lunar months of the year. But I would like to actually ask you, whoever is now listening to me and whoever will be looking at this, to do something that is extremely difficult, which is practically impossible, but to imagine that you don't have all of that preconceived, preconditioned knowledge, that you're not a person of the 21st century who can go to any store and buy any sort of thing that has a meander sort of ornament on it, or any other ornament, that this is the first time that something like this has been created. First time, out of nothing, out of no experience of that time. And I will come back now to Levko Chekalenko. Levko Chekalenko was obsessed with this particular bracelet because he was trying to figure out how a person came up with that kind of complex and very precise ornament out of nothing without having anything in nature. This is not an imitation of any natural thing. This comes out of person's mind, out of person's soul. He worked on it for years. According to him, he reconstructed the exact line by line how this thing was done, which line was first, where he started, what he was doing, or she. We don't know if this was a man or a woman. That definitely it was a right-handed person, and so on and so on. And he then found, especially he saw that in a number of places, initially this person made mistakes, made something that was not symmetrical, but then was forced to correct himself or herself. And Levko Chekalenko has a very interesting essay about it. He says that this is the first time that a person understands the concept of symmetry, and that he is forced by this concept to do this pattern that way and not any other way. Okay, I could talk a lot about this, but I will move on because I want to show you some other things. See, this is the type of sculpture, figurative sculpture that was found there. You will find that this is at the same time a woman, at the same time a bird, at the same time some other things. I will show you that in other cases it is also phallic symbol, but phallic symbol with chevrons, which are clearly the feminine symbols, the symbols of the goddess. Now, this is the Venus of Willendorf in Austria. This is the Paleolithic goddess that was sort of created in Western Europe. This Eastern European style, or Ukrainian style, one could say, is totally different. Joseph Campbell said that this is like abstract creation, abstract sort of version of art. And it's not, to me, it's always fascinating that abstract art actually did develop in Ukraine afterwards with Kandinsky and with Malevich and with Alexandra Exter and so on. What I wanted to show you here is also that this is also the first swastika ever found anywhere. And it's very, very minutely designed. Both meander and swastika have very particular meanings, and the meander, for example, relates to labyrinth. And for most of the psychologists of sort of psychoanalysts of symbolism, they say that this is the first symbol of human mind starting to work on itself, meaning that in one case they say this is the first human being, this is the first artist who is not a god but a human being, and this is his brain in which he can actually lose himself and so on. So this is, in my view, these sculptures, beautiful sculptures, they show how the human mind was developing at that time from the sort of more mythical, magical kind of thinking into something that approaches rationality, because it is with the labyrinth in the ancient Greek culture that logic and rationality comes into play. But this obviously started much, much earlier. This is some other of these. I want to just show that, and they are all seemingly abstract, but they are all very clearly female. They are the sculptures of female of the goddess. I would have to talk to more about it, but I don't have much time. Now, they also found such a thing. These are the only examples from that time anywhere in the world in which you have basically movable paintings. And you say, well, these are not paintings, these are just ornaments. Well, if you look at Malevich and his suprematism, they are very similar to that. And they found in one of the dwellings, which they considered to be the dwelling of a shaman, they found a number of such things and such bones that were, and I will show you more of them, yes, like this. And they didn't understand what these are. They were all grouped together. There is also one skull with these kind of, and after a while, they found that these are damaged in a particular way. They are damaged from hitting. And it was the Kiev Ukrainian archaeologist Serhiy Bibikov who understood that these are the oldest musical percussion instruments, that they were hit in a particular way. Actually, this one is modified. There is a hole made inside to make it sound differently, to make it more resonant. And this thing is being also is used as sort of a by rubbing this, you get a particular kind of sound. And in 1982, Bibikov convinced the musicians from the Kyiv Conservatory to try to record music. And they actually first researched the music of those northern nations in Siberia and in the Arctic, and who still use similar types of things. And then they actually recorded some music, and I will actually play it to you for a moment. I hope that you can hear it. So this is how the music of that time could have sounded roughly. There would be dancing. There would be chanting. In another archaeological site in Ukraine, in Molodova, in Bukovina, they found the oldest known in Ukraine, not in the world, flutes, which could also be used in various things like that. And just to finish, because my time is up, I wanted to say also that Mizin was a very, very special place as far as the jewelry was concerned. There is masses and masses of jewelry in these, and almost all of them are from shells. And what is fascinating about it is that these shells are not from the area in which around Mizin. In fact, some of these shells are from the Black Sea of that time, meaning that they had to be transported from the shore of the Black Sea to Mizin, to the north of Ukraine today. These are thousands of kilometers. It means that there existed some sort of a trading route, some sort of a contact between the various societies of that time, because of course the south of Ukraine also had its own very interesting Paleolithic culture. And Mizin in particular, that dwelling where the music instruments had the massive concentration of these shells of absolutely various sizes and various types. And obviously the scholars believe that this is that Mizin was a center. It was actually a specialized center of that kind of sort of artwork. And I will just say one more thing for the end before I leave you with your thoughts. A person who did this absolutely precision work of art could not have been taking part in everyday life and everyday chores of the community. This required masses and masses of time. And so basically we can guess that already at that time, 16,000 years ago, or even maybe 18,000 years ago, there was a function of an artist in a community. They had to feed this person, whoever he was or she was. If he or she did not contribute to the hunt, it means but only created this. And by the way, some of the current scholars believe that that 3 different sculptors worked in this, and they even divide the sculptures, and this one is the most important. They call him the Paleolithic Ukrainian Michelangelo. So this person most likely was supported by his community to do these things, and this leaves us with the thought, why? How important and was it for the community? Was it really a calendar on which everybody depended, or was it simply the artistic, mythical cult behavior that was part of that community's life? Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. And unfortunately, we got to move on to the next speaker, but thank you so much for your time. And we're going to go ahead and get that rolling. Okay, and if you have any questions for that last speaker, please go ahead and leave them in the comments down below, wherever you were listening to this, and we can go ahead and send those off and get you guys responses. In the meantime, we have one more presentation, and this one will also be a video presentation. So, one second. Excellent.
Hello to everybody who listening or watching this streaming. I am Oksana Lifantii, a PhD and archaeologist, a leading researcher at the Treasury of the National Museum of History of Ukraine. And first of all, I want to thank the organizers of this charity streaming and those who care for the Ukrainian heritage and will invest in the purchase of the 3D scanner for the digitizing of the artifacts on the modern level from the territory of Ukraine. My speech today will be about the not well-known phenomenon of Scythian so-called golden people in Ukraine. The term golden people is mostly used when describing rulers or wealthy representatives of the Saka people and then their neighbors, people of the Aldebel culture. The most famous among them is a person. You can see reconstruction of his costume here in the middle of the slide. A person from Issyk Baro in eastern Kazakhstan. His grave was excavated in 1969. The big part of the costume of such people, including clothes, shoes, and headgears, was covered with sewn on or sometimes glued on gold appliques. However, much less famous, if at all known, are discoveries of the Scythian elite representatives from the territory of Ukraine. Here, in this left part of the slide, you can see maybe the only existing in Ukraine full-size reconstruction of the garment of the wealthy Scythian woman, probably the wife of a king, who was buried in Tavsta Mohyla kurgan. This kurgan is situated near Pokrov town in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast in Ukraine. The other example is full-size reconstructions from the costumes of couple that were buried in other kurgan from the territory of Ukraine, Velika Ryzhanivka barrow that was situated in Cherkasy Oblast. These reconstructions belong and was made for the Krakow Archaeological Museum in Poland. Most of such Scythian golden clothes or golden costumes found in Ukraine are reconstructed in drawings. Here you can see some of them. It's basically the works of artists in cooperation with archaeologists, or sometimes they done by researchers themselves. They recreated costumes of some well-known in Ukraine, but not so well-known abroad, kurgans of Scythian elites from all over Ukrainian territory. This, for example, reconstruction of a couple from the Tavsta-Mohyla barrow in the Dnipropetrovsk region. This costume of a young man from the barrow near Pisky village in Mykolaiv Oblast. This is a reconstruction of a costume of a wealthy woman from Novosilka barrow in Cherkasy region. This is from Melitopol barrow in Zaporizhia region. This one is from Vodoslavka barrow in Kherson Oblast. In his book Greco-Scythian Art and the Birth of Eurasia, Kaspar Meyer pointed out that the major problem of Scythian archaeology is that the precise meaning of the term Scythian is rarely explained. Agreeing with him, I should stress that by this term I mean both nomadic and sedentary communities who lived north from the Black Sea, mostly in the area between Danube and Don rivers, from the early 7th till the very end of the 4th century BCE. And they leave behind many kurgans and settlements that were grouped within the archaeological culture of the same name. All other close and faraway neighboring peoples cannot be called Scythian in their original meaning. As Herodotus wrote in his 4th book of histories, when one crosses the Tanais, and the Tanais is situated on the east of Ukraine, one is no longer in Scythia. The first region on the crossing is that of the Surmati. Also, you can see here his quote with the list of main rivers of Scythia. However, most of the well-known reconstruction of the costumes and appearance of these other close and faraway neighboring peoples are often called Scythians. This term becomes again more political after the Russian occupation of Crimea. You can see a poster of the exhibition that existed in 2017 till 2018, where artifacts from the collection of Hermitage Museum were exhibited. But these artifacts were found, some of them were found in Ukraine, but when it was a colony of the Russian Empire. However, in this and in such projects, Ukraine is never mentioned as a place of origin. Instead, such artifacts are marked as finds from northern Black Sea region or middle Dnieper area. It's very interesting that designers of the British Museum decided to use this applique as the visual main visual feature of this exhibition, and this applique were found in Kuleba kurgan that's situated in Crimea. And you see the name Scythian warriors of ancient Siberia. However, such political approach to prehistory is not new in Russia. Here you can see some samples of books where the Scythian costume was also analyzed, and where the Scythians were often described as ancestors of Slavs. Thus, Ivan Zabelin wrote in 1876 that is why we think that non-strict criticism of Schochler denies and doubting can take away from Russian history its true treasure, its first chronicler, which is the father of the history himself, Herodotus. And of course, he think of this because Herodotus described Scythian life. Here, in 1881, in his materials on the history of Russian clothes and the traditional and the condition of national lives, Mr. Prokhorov used the term Scythian Slavs as if it was one people. In the next work, Mr. Stepanov, in 1915, in the history of Russian clothes, illustrated some probably Russian clothes with finds from Kulaba and Chertomlik barrows that were excavated in Crimean Peninsula and Dnipropetrovsk Oblast in Ukraine. Well-known researcher of Scythian culture, Mikhail Rostovtsev, who fled from Bolsheviks in the West, also prolonged this idea of Tsarist Russia that by irony later will be used by Bolsheviks too. You can see the name of the book and the list of contents. And now we should mention that unfortunately there are very few works that study this imperial view on Scythian history. One such researcher is Kaspar Meyer, whose book I can recommend to read if you are interested in this theme. And now we are going to talk about the main theme of my speech about phenomenon of Scythian golden people in Ukraine. So what do written sources tell us about Scythian garments adorned with gold? They are only mentioned the love of Scythians for their ancestor gold and the gold in general. All known till today images do not give information about the gold garment appliques too. Ornaments that could be seen on some very bright artifacts, as some of which you can see here, don't resemble real appliques and probably are images of embroidery or textile appliques that in most cases did not survive till our days. Thus, it is important to note that is in most cases the only reliable source of our knowledge of these garment jewelry appliques is archaeological research and cases of finds of these decorations in untouched graves. Simultaneously, the question of what to consider as costume appliques and what not particularly wasn't raised and wasn't discussed between specialists. This led to the situation when open-work plaques, simple thin stripes and so-called headdresses circlets with pendants were not considered as costume decorations. In my opinion, they are linked with jewelry appliques in the manner of attaching them to the garment and the way of their production by embossing on the sheet metal. There is also a connection in the purpose of these items as well as a range of images hammered on them. Now I should mention some details about my typology of gold and silver appliques of Scythian garments. That is my main subject of research now. So there are two main categories, small appliques and long appliques. So-called small are items with simple depictions and whose length height is twice their width. The long appliques contain complex image schemes and the length of them is much greater than the width, 3 and more times greater. Here you can see it is a simplified theme of this typology. The proposed coding system could seem complicated, but you can see names given to the groups and types, so it would be easier to manage. All small appliques have 5 groups, anthropo-, zoo, and phytomorphic or vegetative and geometric depictions. In the polymorphic group, the mythical or syncretic creatures were included. Over 99% of items belong to the small appliques that were used as the decorum of all part of the costume, from headdress to shoes. The biggest group of these is geometric, and especially numerous are small appliques that are often called buttons. And they look like that. It is a hemisphere with a small loop on the backside. In this speech, I also want to address another important theme that concerns Scythian costume jewelry appliques and their obvious connection to the social roles of their owners. Thus, the chieftains and their family had the most gold-decorated garments. Their close servants or representatives of middle society strata could wear such luxurious clothes too. Height of only 122 kurgans from all that were under analysis is known. And as you can see here, the largest group of barrows with jewelry garment appliques are the middle height barrows, from 2 to 4.5 meters. At the same time, the massive part of appliques comes from the smallest group of the biggest barrow, such as Velikoznamenka barrow number 13, Oguz and Chertomlik barrows. Now we are going to look at the diversity of the ceremonial costume part that were decorated with metal appliques. The vast majority of long appliques decorated women headdresses. It can be in form of calatus, cylindric shape, or it could be only decorated stripe on the forehead. It should be noted that in all cases they were combined with small appliques. For example, shawl or head covers that almost every time was worn with firm headgear are always decorated with small appliques. Here is some statistic about cases of costume decorum, most of which are recorded in situ, so it was undisturbed, found in the grave. Thus, during my dissertation study, I managed to allocate credible remains of 80 elite headdresses. Among them, 9 are related to male bashlik or hood and forehead bands. The remains of only 2 headdresses were found in children's grave, in the form of a conic cap with side beads worn by a girl of about 7 years old, and a forehead band worn by a girl about 10 years old. 69 cases were female calatus, conic heads, blankets, heads, foreheads, bands, and tiaras, type of Scythian head. All of them belong to the woman costume. Furthermore, 8 cases of decoration with gold appliques of men's and probably women's clothing, coats or kaftans, soon 17 women dresses and 1 child shoulder clothes were traced. Only in 1 case, from Saloha barrow excavation in 1913, the possible but doubtable evidence of trousers decoration with appliques. Here you can see the quote engraved draft from the excavation report and the drawing by the Angus McBride of possible reconstruction of these trousers. You can see it here. But this reconstruction is mostly imaginative, unfortunately. Of 9 remains of belts with appliques found in graves, in 1 case belt belonged to the armed woman, the so-called Amazon, who was buried in Velikalipetiha kurgan, and you can see here the reconstruction of her belt. There are 7 cases of woman shoe decoration unknown, and you can see a reconstruction of shoes and also photo from the excavation. The problem of the origin of this tradition to decorate clothes with gold I will consider now, but only briefly because it's very complicated theme. Here you can see evidence of the costume decorum with gold, the gold appliques on the territory of present-day Ukraine in the 7th and the 6th centuries BCE. Most of them decorated headdresses of noble women, but some probably decorated clothes of chieftains, for example, this depiction of eagle or this long plaque. In the 7th century BCE, this tradition appears in Central Asia too, so it is hard to tell who influenced whom. Coming back to the finds from Shelikty and Arjan barrows that have about the same date that the earliest materials we know from the Ukrainian territory, and here you can see two pretty different opinions on the origin of this tradition. The first one is that Saka-Scythians, so researchers mean a pretty broad territory by using this term, were the first one who had such tradition in such full volume. Another opinion based on the analysis of the technology of gold appliques from Arjan and by Gatabe is that it originates from some unknown jewelry centers in Khwarezm, the historic region along the Amudarya, ancient Oxus River, in the territories of present-day Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. However, these two beliefs do not correlate with the actually Scythian territory because they do not take into account materials of previous periods such far west. On this slide, I only mentioned some similar iconography that existed on the west, on the southeast of the North Black Sea area. The brightest example is the tombs of the princesses buried in Nimrud, in the capital city of Assyria. Here you can see some appliques from the garments of these princesses. And the earliest mention of the Scythians came also from Assyrian sources of the first half of the 7th century BCE. The Scythians were involved in the Median Assyrian conflicts as Assyrian allies, so it's very possible that the idea of such rich gold decorum came to the Scythian chieftains from this territory. However, they probably adjust it to their customs. The character of the images presented on the Scythian garment appliques does not seem random. The symbolism brightly appears on long plaques or headdresses, where some integral rows and orders of code could be seen, which is harder with the small appliques. There is also a big problem of modern science-based and at the same time attractive reconstruction of these costumes that probably will be solved in near future. In the final part of my speech, I want to address other problem, the digitization of archaeological collections. Here you can see a screenshot of the main page of the online database of the National Museum of History of Ukraine, where I work. This database is relatively new and contains today about 2,000 exhibits, while the full museum collection contains more than 800,000 items. Here are the comparison of the pages of the National Museum of History of Ukraine and the British Museum. As you can see, they have similar data about exhibits. However, what Ukrainian museums still cannot afford is the 3D models of the exhibits. There are occasional projects on digitizing some of the exhibits, but this is far from the systematic work that is perceived by other countries' museum. Here you can see the example of the page of British Museum situated and at Sketchfab resource. For example, in the National Museum of History of Ukraine, such models were done by one researcher at his private initiative, so all his works were placed on his private page in Sketchfab. And now he joined the army and protects us from the Russian invasion. So now in our museum this process is on hold. It is worth mentioning that in Ukraine most such models are done with photo cameras without using progressive scanners. So you can see that this charity streaming is very important for the recording of the data about archaeological artifacts, about exhibits that are stored and before the war was exhibited in our museums. Now all our heritage is under attack, so it's very important to record and to save as much information about them as we can. Thank you for your attention.
Excellent. Well, that is all we have for everyone today. Thank you so much for streaming. I'm going to bring Simon back up. Simon, do you have any final thoughts for us?
Yep. First of all, I've seen the comment in the chat, about the question for the last report, was the deer a spiritual animal in the Scythian tradition? Well, yes and no, because the Scythian tradition to depict animals is very diverse and different. So that's not like a phoenix or unicorn in Western Europe, like it's stated in the question. But yes, animals and especially deer had some specific meaning for Scythians. So it is very common motive for the jewelry, Scythian golden jewelry. That's it. And maybe we can give some concluding remarks. Yeah, Carlton, do we? First of all, thank you all for listening, for being here with us, and especially those who survived to the very end of it. The long-lasting event with many fascinating reports I liked so much. Many of it was quite a unique data, don't you think so?
Yeah, absolutely. I learned a lot today. Thanks everyone who came and watched. We really appreciate your participation, but what we really, really need is donations to support the purchase of this 3D handheld scanner. Once again, you've heard a couple of our participants discuss this, that this is badly needed. Ukrainian cultural heritage is at risk with the ongoing conflict, the ongoing war with Russia. And having this 3D scanner will allow archaeologists in Ukraine to quickly scan objects of cultural patrimony if they can't be removed. So at least they can be saved in a digital space to preserve as much data as possible. So please consider donating. Share this with your friends, family, and colleagues, and let's drum up some support for our archaeological colleagues in Ukraine. We will be back tomorrow for another fantastic and definitely content-filled 6-hour session. Same time. For us in the States, it's 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And Simon, what time does it start in Ukraine tomorrow?
In Ukraine, it's 4 p.m. Yeah, 4 p.m. Eastern European.
Yep, 4 p.m.
So,
to 10 p.m. So,
same time, same schedule, 6 hours, and we're there.
Excellent. Well, we really appreciate all the fantastic comments and everyone joining, and we're really excited for tomorrow's presentation. Once again, thank you so much to all our participants. I learned a lot, and please, let's help support archaeology in Ukraine. All right. Well, thank you all very much, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you.
let's end it.